dear License A applicant, our support team today is the youth team, U19. It's a team that is soon awaiting to participate in the Asian Games. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you for coming. Можно погромче? Погромче его. We had a group of double, and it was fine. It was a good game, but given that it was the first game, there were some pitfalls. That's why today try to listen to me and hear me out, because it's very important. Today's topic is pressing. What is pressing? I'm not going to ask that now. I will ask the coaches. But for you, let me tell you that pressing is a modern and productive game for a team that wants to achieve the results. It is expected to press, and if you watch any matches of local championships or Europe League or Asian League, just watch carefully the way the teams press, they pursue pressing. You know, the field is divided into 3 zones. Today's exercise will be focused on the first and second zone and how to pursue pressing. We are the how we attackers, the semi-attackers, how we expected to pursue pressing, and we will do the same in the central zone. I've got one question: why do we do pressing? For what? What else? Other ideas? To decide, to make a decision, right? It's for a decision making. Yes, while losing the ball, you need to decide how to pick it up. But we need to know when, where, and how you pursue pressing at the expense of what? Of reading the game. It's important to be able to read the game. You cannot just if you do the pressing individually, it's gonna be tough. And today's topic is a team pressing. It's all together be involved in putting a pressure on a rival. Our student is gonna make a warm-up with you in the central zone. Try to warm up well, because pressing requires much effort. So you need to be well prepared, need to warm up your body, need to make some stretching, and you're gonna hit the balls, and you will see how the field is organized for you. Try to be your 100%. Okay, ready, set, go. Okay, stand closer. Some of you can sit down. So first off, I would like to ask you, since yesterday, after discussing the topic, what was the topic of yesterday's session? Compact defense and the second zone. And when you were divided, you talked, you discussed, and you provided your answers. Only one group, Manchester United, added also reading the situation. They added this the suggestion, and it's important. last night when we finished, we actually had the long post-session discussions and compared your answers, and your answers were in the majority of cases similar, except Manchester United suggesting reading the situation. Today, the same thing, just try to be careful, and today after the session, we're going to have a discussion. You need to look it up, and you need to look into the problems of pressing, because you're going to face that, and in order for you to progress in your efforts, you need to do you need to be ahead of this situation, because that's going to be, the pressings are going to be there whether you like it or not. But while you at the very beginning, you need to be there to know the situation. Today's topic, today we're going to do pressing in the first and second zone, and this is a very regular situation, so we adapted the situation from the final of European Manchester City and Chelsea game. The Chelsea is in red. They this is how they are set in the field. They build this pyramid, and you see the pyramid of the players. This is the first zone. How do we defend? How do we defend? How do we defend our team? And the second topic would be pressing in the second zone. And how do we do that? Well, basically, they are very similar. However, there is one specific situation which is complicated. If we are losing pressing in the second zone, that then we're going to have gaps right behind us, and these gaps can be taken advantage of by our rivals, and we may lose. That's why pressing should be aggressive. Again, this word, I'm going to use this term again and again. Aggressive, positively aggressive. Okay, pressing. Now, what does it involve? What is pressing? So put a pressure on the rival, possessing the ball. Yes, anything, any other ideas? Pressing is a pressure on a rival, depriving him a time and a space. Time for what? Time for decision making, for thinking of a decision. And you need to close the gap, to not let him raise his head and find his partner. It's important to reduce the gap and deprive him time for decision making. His only decision is to lead the ball individually and snatch the ball, and this would be the situation where you can use your individual pressing, because you are one-on-one with him. You have your guys right behind you. You should win the situation. What types of pressing you know? Team, group, and individual pressing. Okay, you know now individual pressing. I have just explained that when a player with possessing a ball does what? His first task is to make sure that the player possessing a ball would not locate his partner to pass the ball, and also your task is to not let to not be overplayed. If you let yourself be overplayed, you're going to have a problem. So that's why in a game one-on-one, you cannot concede. You cannot yield. Another question. One of the reasons why the team lets the ball pass. What can be the reason? One of the reasons. Loss of concentration. This is one of the reasons. And what's the topic? Remind you. Let me remind you. So what then? Insufficient pressing. One of the reasons is insufficient pressing. Everything is being imitated. It seems to be a pressing, but it's not enough. It's not sufficient. So this is one of the reasons when team lets the ball pass. This is it means a lack of pressing. Okay, attention now. Please move slightly to the back. Next question. What does aggressive pressing mean? What does aggressive pressing mean? Starting from individual group teams. It's playing at the verge of a foul. Basically, we have this line between us, and this is a border. This is a border. I'm playing at the verge of this foul without stepping across this this edge. Why? Because any foul is can result in a penalty, and you know, well, that sometimes when your players do not possess the situation, they violate, they have breaches, they have this is due to lack of training, lack of efforts during the trainings, and lack of proper psychological training. It's very important. What principles are the concepts of pressing? What are the principles, the concepts of pressing, which includes an active attack of a player possessing the ball, covering the nearest players? You begin that after we lost the ball or when we are at the early phase of attack. Early phase of attack, it's a different topic. It's an evening session. It's the team pressing in the third zone, while today's topic is first and second zone. But you need to be familiar with the concepts, because without these concepts, without understanding these concepts, it's going to be tough. It would be great if after your team would have its workout for you to demonstrate these concepts to them in the demonstration roles, the films. You need to show them the films. So your players need to see when the team losing the ball due to lack of or poor pressing, and this all happens due to this is one of the main concepts, to show films. We need to show films. How many methods of teaching do we know? Three methods, the main key methods of teaching wherever you are. There are three. It's a narrative, it's telling, demonstration, show, tell, show, and demonstrations, visual demonstrations. That's why please be sure you are using all these three approaches in teaching. Great. If teams are ready, I am going to explain the retractive exercises, two of such. We're going to have the two principles of pressing in the first and second zones, and 5 would be a modeling game. But given that we're going to have only one practical training and 2 theories, we will try to benefit as much as possible. Are you ready? Good. Be ready for discussions, be ready to describe, and be ready after the exercise to discuss all the problems and challenges of the exercises. Okay? So try to work in your teams, in your groups, try to be creative in your answers. I'm sure they're going to be similar in a majority of cases, but try to be creative in the finding and locating problems related to pressing. Okay, we're gonna have retractive exercises. You need to learn how to pursue pressing. We're gonna have two arenas. We will work on one and then on another one. You need to ask questions to find answers to the problems. So this is the first zone. This is what's behind us. Behind us, our goalkeeper and the penalty the area. We're going to show you in a very basic. So we have players creating this positional attack, and they have attack transit. This is a transfer, transfer, and transfer. When you need to read the situation that the player he turned around, that the player is while he's transferring the ball, he needs to attack him, and the second player is coming behind him, and then the third one is cutting the second, and the fourth one is there. So we need to show this game. Okay, we need to make the rival do a mistake, commit a mistake. There was a whistle, we retrieve back, then we pass the ball, and we're doing back the same thing. So what do you see now? It's a group. It's a group from individual to group. So those who possesses the ball is attacked by how many players? By two players. By two players. Two players are attacking the one with the ball. So they're cutting him here and they're coming closer. Okay, a whistle. Going back, going back. The transfer is here. 1, 2, 3. How many players are attacking the one with the ball? One is attacking during the transfer. Another one should cut to make a pass. Who should he pass the ball? He passes the ball to his partner. And the net. So the goal, the task of pressing is to snatch the ball and possess it. Today we will try to show you what we adapted from the last League of Europe between Juventus and Manchester City. On this topic, we're going to show you the pressing on the first zone, how it was played by Chelsea against Manchester City. And if you watch the most recent game, this international game when our team Istiklal played against Meshpolis, the Petropolis, you've seen that the team played in the second, and remember how it pursued the pressing of Iranian team, the Persepolis club. We will watch this game with you all together. Okay, ready? Did you drink your water? Great. Okay, get set. Put your vests. Four vests. Just put on the four vests so far. Attention here. So 4 with Wes, 1 here, and 1 there. Everyone else is following me. We need 3 people on this spot. Three on green. Please speed up. Everyone else back to me. So you got the ball, pass, make a pass, move back, make a pass, stop. And at this spot, just careful here, listen to me, don't hurry. And as soon as he transferred the ball, move up. You move here, move. And then the last one, the rear one stops. Why do we keep the rear one there? Because he won't be able to transfer the ball that way. He will be able only if there is not enough pressing, if the player can you reach out to him? Can you reach out to him? If you can, then we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem then. So a player with the ball is attacked by one person, one player who is covering his zone, another one is cutting for the transfer, okay? So now without, you need to just show me the pressing. Go back to your positions. Standing, waiting. So try to stand ahead or move those dots backward a little. Great. Okay, now come forward, leave them behind. Just come forward. Ready? The ball is down. Waiting. Transfer. Pass the ball. Check it out. Now you so okay, it's a didactical method, okay? We need to show the coaches. I want you to make a slow pass. Just a slow pass. Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, attention. Now read the situation. Sometimes the pass can be poor. A pass can go not instead of forward, goes slightly backward, like that, and that's a problem. This is a problem. While I'm for me, while I'm turning my back, turning my waist, and you, because you need to demonstrate and a positively aggressive pressing. Sometimes in football you pass that ball this way, and this is also a problem. This is a wrong pass. It's a first visual signal to all of you, a signal to pursue, to start to pursue pressing. You need to see, to understand that your rival is going to have a hard time right now, and this is your moment. This is your moment to give him a tough time. So now let's do a slow pass, an attack by 2. So pass the ball, go, stop. Over there. Third one. Fourth. So go backward. Pass. Move it. Move it. Over here. Over here. Cover him. This is your player. This is your player. Don't follow that one. He's cutting that. The other player will cut him. Your goal is to cut him closer to that player. You are responsible for him. Go back. Pass the ball. Attack. Attack. 2-2. Backward. Go. 2 here. Go. Okay, fine. It was fine. Go backward. Once again. 2 players here. Closer. You've got to be aggressive if he's overplaying, but positively aggressive. Our goal is. Can you see the ball from the side of his foot? And if I'm on this side and you are behind me, he gonna trick us. That's why try to. It's important to know how you set your foot. If you are straight, your feet, it's gonna be hard, and you need to take a position of a cat. A wild cat. So be ready, always be ready, and try to reduce the gap. And when you cut the gap and start to attack, you need your task is to snatch the ball, and then we're gonna have a good space behind us and a good counter attack. But this should also involve the players involved in a pressing. But that's another topic. That's a topic of a different exercise. First, fourth. Get ready, set, go. Next 4. Stop here. Closer. Closer. So do you think the students, the question to the students, do you think, is there any mistake? Can you see any mistake? And what's going on here? How about his body pose? Is it okay? His posture, how it should it be? I need to know. I need to know this. I need to know your activity, your rate of activity, your posture. Third group. Who made a mistake? Or the first, second, third, or fourth? Third one. Third one. You were too late. You were late. One of the reasons when we pass the ball, the goal, the goalie is what we have seen. What was not enough here. What was the wrong here? What was wrong? The loss of what? Concentration. Loss of concentration. We lost concentration, guys. Again, the reason you are all here, you are all standing on your feet. You need to be all ready. Just imagine that you are wild cats. You are wild cats, you see a prey, you are starving. Take your spot. Is it fine? Why not? Who can explain? Get ready, set, go. Now check it out. Who else? Any other player position is wrong? Can you define that? And what do you think right now? Is it an ideal setting? Just be attentive. I asked the players to show me the postures. The postures. Is everyone's posture fine? Can you explain that? Can you show? Can you show? Why can we stand on the straight the legs, on the straight feet? Because bending your knees will take time. That's why be ready. Be ready 100%. Your pose, your posture of your body is important, plays an important role. Show me. Show me the posture of your body. Back. That's better. Better now. Now I can see your legs, I can see your bended knees, I can see your body position, I can see how you cover the player. Okay, now attention. In on these three spots, we have the three players in vests. Everyone else is on this zone. Two more vests. Back, back. Okay, guys, we need two more players here with the vest to have the vests. Goalies, please come closer. And two more people here. We need two more players on this spot. Second group. All of you. Here, please. This is the very typical situation in the first zone. It's a triangle. How can we join the fight when we are pressing? Pressing cannot be continuous. You can continue pressing for too long. But most importantly is for you not to fall out. Sometimes or oftentimes your partners cannot support you on time. And if this happens in your zone, in your sector, if it happens in the zone where you can, and if you're ready, if you're physically well trained, you can. Sometimes you need to, while pursuing the pressing, you need to switch from one episode to another, to a third episode, and we'll show you that. So you're gonna pressing now. Pass it on. Pressing, 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 pass, pressing. So 2 rounds. Okay, and then, okay, you out, and the next player will follow. Pressing. Okay, we need to have a more active pressing. So, and be attentive for injuries, because pressing is prone to injuries. So I noticed that all of you, almost All of you have something, which is great. I need two students, two coaches to control that zone and to control this zone. Okay, we are watching carefully. Go. Move back. Next. 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 Stop. Not bad at all. Breathe, breathe, breathe in, breathe out. Okay, now listen back. I need to. I'm gonna need you to be more aggressive. You know, we all have higher dreams. For that to happen, we need to demonstrate our best in at all levels of games. Everyone has his own position. Somebody is defender, somebody is attacker, somebody is mid player. But all of you need to now demonstrate your abilities, your skills, as shown by your coaches. And if you are strong enough, if you're strong, if you're aggressive enough, you will be definitely noticed. Now I want you to demonstrate an aggressive pressing. What is aggressive pressing? Sometimes you need to do, you know, Verotti, defender, Verotti. Sometimes even, you know, he can put his head, he stick his head where people wouldn't set a foot on. So we need to do something like that, but without, of course, extreme, okay? Without, don't be too close to the player, but just be on time to cut him. Okay, coaches, I ask the players to show more aggression in pressing. Attention here. A pressing cannot continue too long. We would now have only one turn, okay, and give a turn and switch by another player. Not enough. Not bad. Out. Next. Stop. What was his mistake? He crossed the defending the position and did not read the situation. While passing the ball, you know, you need to read the situation. Pass it. Okay, next pass. You need to know. You need to see where the pass would be made, where he's more comfortable to pass the ball. You know, he can you can trick him. You can move leftward, but then move right. But it's up to you. It's your decision. Okay, try to be tricky. Okay, try to use ruse. Next. Not bad. Not bad. Watch carefully and watch for mistakes. So what's your name? Shakir. Okay. Shakir, do you think he had an aggressive pressing? What was missing? Speed and aggression? Yeah, speed and aggression. See, it's a tough moment when you have to, when you are between the three, and it's a benefit for you that you're reading situation, that you know that you lost at this spot, then you instantly switch to the next spot, and it's a benefit because you are playing it for your team. But if you lose in aggression, you're gonna have 4 pluses, and you can count on joining a good team. You will definitely be invited to join a team, a better team. Okay, not bad. This is not bad. Stop here. Stop here. Okay. Wrapping up. Have some drink, cool down, and let's switch to the teaching mode. Outline the first zone, please. Я поняла. Okay, team, closer. Come closer. So this was orientation phase. It's preparatory exercises to get ready for the main. This is the third phase, and now we're gonna. What's the title of this? It's a phase. It's training phase, right? So we're gonna have 8x8. We have 8 attacking, 8 pressing, and then we will have a fourth phase of the using of basically modeling. So we will start with the first zone, 8x8. Then we'll have 11, and then move to the second zone, the same. So you watched carefully. Now I'm gonna need you to to split in your groups and identify the problems of this phase. First exercise, second exercise, and show me the ratio in a on a scale from 10 to 100. So, are you feel better? Are you refreshed? Ready to continue? Okay, we're gonna work on the first zone. We're gonna have 9 attackers. And 8 players for pressing. So the task of the rear line is to move. What the first group? The first group, when the ball is owned by the defense, I want you to show this. Don't worry about any mistakes. This is a training and methodology session. We need to locate the problems. We need to find the problems, identify them while you are playing. And so don't worry about that. If I am whistling, it means stop. It means for you to stop, for you to indicate the problems, for you to understand the problem, for us to show them, and then for the third time around, you will try to avoid these mistakes. So when the ball is with this team, with this group, you have a pass, and you remember we cut, we two the players attack, and the third one, and then the question for the rear line, what they gonna do? Just come up closer. What's the task of the rear line of players? Here, we have here the narrow down, and we are creating compactness, compact pressing. And in case someone did not pursue enough pressing and pass the ball across this over to this corner, which can happen, then we need to switch. The switch is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we do that? Yes. So the main task is to read the situation on the field. It's very important in soccer. Reading the game will help the players to master their skills and be able to play in great clubs. You read the situation. You are always on the right spot, not earlier, not later. You are reading the players, reading situation, and this is one of the classic thing in soccer, to be there on time, at the right time, on the right spot. So we're gonna have now 8 semi-defenders for pressing and the remaining for attack. So we were gonna work on the same half of the field. Deal? Okay, go. 8 by 8, 1 goalie. You're gonna be along the field. I want you. Attention here, please. Attention here. Here is the thing. You guys should divide in your groups. You need to check the to monitor the switches, position of the body, and aggression. And reading the situation. You need to observe and monitor these things. And we just ignore attacks. We focus on pressing in the first zone and switching. And if in psychology we have this term, leader. It's a rapid thinking and so this rapid the thinking is what we are going to focus on. This is what's going to happen right now. The thinking out of the box. Okay, now get set. First defense line. Four players here. One goalie at the gate. 4 players. I can see 4 players. There are 6 of you. I need to see 4 players. Just take it easy now, the rest of you guys. We will switch. I need you to have your vests on. Attack. Flank. The flank. You go here to the flank. I'm gonna need 2 for attack. Okay, since we are missing 2. You guys. I want you to stand on the attack. Attention here. The mid players in blue, you're gonna step back. You are standing in the front. Closer. The topic is pressing. The topic is pressing in the first zone. Kamal with the ball. This way. One goalie at the goal, and others please just don't be in the way. Now attention please. We're gonna have them control the ball. With my whistle, you pursue pressing. I'm gonna need 4 meters for the goal over there and over there. The team in pressing then we're gonna need to send the ball towards the gate. As soon as we possess the ball, another team should demonstrate a pressing. But today in the first zone, it's us doing it, and your task is to extract it to the ball for attack. Okay, attention. You have a transfer, switch, movement, backward. And as soon as you hear my whistle, it's a signal. A deal? Great. Okay, first you're going to read the situation. I'm going to read the situation. That's why I'm going to signal, give you a signal for pressing. So don't forget that the ball, the player with the ball is attacked by 2 players, while the remaining players cover the line. The rear players do what? They just are on the standby. If we pass the ball, means the was not enough pressing. Ready, set, go. Attention here, please. Over here, all of you, coaches. How about you? Do you think that you had enough pressing? Not enough pressing. So it means that we are missing something here. We are not reading the situation. How do we read the situation? If we see him turning his torso over there, that means he's going to pass the ball there. And if he turned around, he saw you, then we have the sector pressing, and then these 5 people, they need to start intercepting the ball. Okay, just be attentive, be careful. Back to your positions. Closer, guys, closer. Ready? Not pressing, not yet. I whistle. You press, you start pressing with my whistle. We are just insinuating so far. Just wait for my whistle. Go. Whistled. Yes. Attention, attention, team. Wait for my whistle. I want you to read the situation. I want to see that. And once I see that you read the situation, I'm not going to whistle anymore. And visually, you need to watch where, when, and how. Wait for my whistle so far. Catch the ball. Don't get distracted. Okay, pass the ball. So what are what's wrong in this episode? What's wrong in this episode? So remember the purpose of the pressing? Yeah, to deprive a player time and space. We gave him the time. He raised his head and made a long pass. And this is a mistake. This is wrong. We didn't deprive him of the space. Be careful. You were too far from the pass. You stalled the switch. Okay, Khurshad, you did it well. You know, this is the distance. See, this is the distance when he can raise his head and see his partner and make a pass. And just learn to deprive him of this time. That's why the closer you are, the less time he will have to see his partner. Two of the players over here. You guys, you're watching that guy from far. This is your position. It's an important part. We are playing 8 by 8, and when we're gonna have 2 more, it will be even better. Attention. You wait for my whistle. How about this episode? So the first line worked better than the second line. And the second line? Can you please explain what was wrong with this? With which line was worked better? This is inaudible. Reading the situation. Reading the situation. So two players. You lost your players. When we say positively aggressive, it's to play ahead, to play ahead of time. Don't forget that. They made this pass inward. They instigated the situation, but the players, rear players, were they ready to pressing, to do pressing, and they're losing the ball. The losing concentration is one of the reasons why we lose the ball. Don't lose your concentration, because we always expect it right there beside you, the ball. Okay, 5 meters back. Just make sure that your chips will be outside of your lines. Reading the situation. So your opinion, was it enough? This is a positive moment when it happened after we made a gave them an advice. So thank you for listening to our recommendation. Let's now make three more rounds. We'll add two more players, and then we will play the full set. Not a bad episode. Not bad at all. Go back to your spots. Get ready. I'm gonna wait for a minute now. Go. Check the rear line, the back line. Don't go beyond the line. Switch. See, the team cannot control the ball all the time. When they started switching too soon, too fast, the players, they started to be too anxious and losing control of the situation. Okay, so suggestions. We achieved what we have been targeting. The team, we saw your active, aggressive approach, and I am gonna need you now to I'm gonna need you do interceptions. I want to see the interceptions. I want to see the diagonal balls. I want to see the your rate of aggression, and to be in a winning position without any breach of the game. So your target is the goal. With the goalie, try to avoid the dangerous situations. They can also make individual pressing, and try not to try to avoid penalties. Attention, please. It was a great situation, right? When the ball was kicked back to the goalkeeper. Of course, the situation when the rival is will continue pressing, but that's another topic from the third zone. I want to need the I want to see how you're gonna address the situation. So the situation here was lost. Okay, you played the situation well. He means. Your comments, observers, what was played at this moment? What was wrong? Who made a fault? Who made a mistake? Anyone can explain the mistakes? Please, can you step out? Yes, please just get there. How about the position of the players? Is this the right position? Maybe a little bit, maybe stepping just a little back, a few steps back. So can you show your position of your body, your legs, your knees, your right foot, left foot? So you should see, you should look here, and here. This is the spectrum of your vision, and you show me where he should be standing. Who should be reading the situation? This one or this player? Or these two players? Which of the players? All of them. Yes, but mostly 10% more these. Can you pass the ball? Okay, now he turned around and I can tell that he is trying to, he is looking around. And now this is the game of these players. They should put pressure on the game. Let's be active players. Okay, now get some water, refreshed, and our topic now 11 by 11 in the first zone, 11 by 11 in the second zone, and modeling each 10 minutes each. We will watch for 7 minutes here, 10 minutes in the second zone, pressing in the second zone, and modeling. Try to indicate the mistakes, the advantages, disadvantages, and the rate in proportion. It's very important, just like you have done this yesterday. Okay, look up here. I was impressed by Manchester City and Chelsea game and the European Championship between the national teams of Hungary and Portugal. Anyone remembers that game? Do you remember the score? 3-0, which was achieved within the first 7 minutes, all three balls. The Hungarian team in Europe is not at top level, but the team reminds me Tajikistan national team and its position in Asian soccer. We are not high on the top, but we are also not down below. And our goal is our task is to step up. And I like the Hungarian team because it became a part of a so-called dead zone, and the team with the character, with its strong character, demonstrated its strength. You are our future, and most probably you would be the ones to play with Japan, South Korea, and Iran, and these are the leading Asian teams. And and we have already one Asian team that proved its skills. It's Oman that defeated Japan on their field, and they played based on the same principle: 5-2-3. If you say, why five defenders? Why? How come? How come? How come we have five? Where did they come from? The fifth comes from the attack place. If attack is on the right, the fifth spot is covered by the semi-defendant. If he is stalling, then one of the central semi-defenders will cover that gap, and this one will cover this one. So that is the scheme. And why we have three along this line, and we have the attacker and two shadow attacker. These are the ones to control the ball. They're reading the situation. If there is a pass, and he will have to will make a preemptive action, and with there we're gonna have a switch. We need to have a switch. We need to snatch the ball, and we need to hit the goal. We need to pass to the goal. We need to. So we have to defend. We have to pursue pressing, and we need to show our the follow-up actions, which is pass on to the front, to forward. We understand here that you need to read the situation to understand when and how to pursue pressing. I read the situation and I whistle to you. I want you to read the situation in a similar way. You would need this in your future. When you read the situation, you know when to switch, and when you know when to switch, you know when to cover the gaps. And coaches need to understand and choose those most conscious players. Are you ready? You refreshed? Excellent. So not bad at all. Ahead. Okay, 10 by 10 situation. When we are talking about defense, we need to see the triangles if you are behind him, you practically don't see anything because he is in your way. So you need to move a little bit backward. You are doing a triangle. It's very important. It's very important. You move that way. You need to make a triangle and diamond. It's very important. We have 5 guys. We have 2 guys here. We have 1 attacker here. We have 2 more blue players. 1 from around there. 1 would stand here. Please take off your vest. Who's gonna be on the right flank? Please take off your vest and go over there. And stand there. Okay, tempo, tempo. Behind, right next to him, closer here. Come forward. Take off your vest. Take off your vest. Stop there. Now let's count. Just be more active, please. More vests, more vests. Attention, ready. So position attack. By my whistle, you start the pressing. There won't be any trouble if you try to push them back. So, okay, you are on the standby. The one-on-one game priority is to lead your partner. Okay, it's important. Sector pressing. First, we repeat at this spot. We repeat at the other spot, and then on the center. Ready? Concentrate. Position of your body is a key. Okay, take a rest. Attention, coaches. I'm going to give you 6 episodes. And you would need to check the time for the pressing. Just gauge the time for each pressing that we let the teams have. So one last repetition, and we will then check you with the stopwatch. So the gate is on the left, where the gate is on the right. Our coach is right here. Please gather here in the middle. Stand around. One would stand there, one would stand over there to intercept the ball. You ready? Pass the ball. Okay, you listen to my whistle. Using with the whistle, you use the flanks and you pass and pass the ball inside. Try. I'm gonna need your concentration. Be focused and read the situation. That was a beautiful episode. How was it played? Aggressively negative. And what? Yeah, and check it out. Check it out. The standards, right? And expectation of the arrival. So if you see that you're stalling, make a pause. Make a pause and just make sure that just don't let your rival to turn around. And these kind of moments can bring to major standards around our gates. Ready? Next, we have 6 passes from this team, just 6 sheer passes. I make a whistle, and after my whistle, you gauge the seconds within which they could possess the ball. 6 passes, pure passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I want one of you to comment the episode. Hurry up. Please comment the episode. Where was the problem? What was the problem of this episode, and for how? This is inaudible. I believe that it wasn't just by accident. We had a player reading the situation right over there, but it was a negative a moment for you, for the defenders. They came out of the pressing, of your pressing. They were out of your pressing. That means you were not positively aggressive. We are waiting. After the pressing, we're expecting to attack. But while it was the other way around. So please, again, other clean passes. Time. Okay, was it enough pressing on the right sector? Who was stalling? The right rear semi-defender. It was just the circumstances that the player made a pass to the right. So the mistakes were of the right defenders. You were not too active. Do you remember this animal that you need to escape when it's wild? It's a dog. It's a wild dog. On this field, we need to remind a wild dog, but with the head on, okay? With your head on your shoulders. Read the situation. Always read the situation. One last, third episode. Attention, we have one last exercise. Let's move to the second zone. You please retrieve, just go back. Move the goals and put the chips back on the field. Remove extra balls. Outline the field. Eleven by 11. Goalie, students, please, the coaches, you stand right behind. Remove all the extra balls. Attention here. We're gonna have a game for 7 minutes. 4 minutes one, 4 minutes another. The pressing is gonna be within this central zone. For the attack team, you should be more exciting on pressing because you were used pressing right now by your rivals. You saw their mistakes. You know them. So this is all within the borders. I need a pressing. I need to see pressing with a whistle. Attention, guys. Pressing. Blue guys, just move. The ball is with the green ones. Attention team, to pursue pressing, you need first to show compactness in the central defense. Narrow down. Stretch out with the movement of the ball. If ball is on the left, we move as well. It's important. The important role is played by the two centrals. How to do preemptive, how to go back. You can intercept with 2, 3, or 4 passes. No, not a problem. You will have a bonus for a good pressing. Okay? Would you agree? You will have a bonus for your good pressing. It's your attack. We will watch. We will observe the pressing of the blue team. Ready? You are on the attack after the pass. Not bad. Again, across the center. What would you say? Your comments, coaches, your comments. Have there been any interception after the several passes? Have you seen the interception? Ready? 6 passes. Two more episodes. Attention, please. Where we see the faults, where we had mistakes here. Who can comment on that? In the central zone, when we had this one of our students, 42 years. He could actually turn around and made a pass. That's a problem. The problem was in the central zone. The students, the coaches indicated that you did not read the central zone. Please try to have a standby, play one-on-one, read the situation. 6 passes. And the last episode. Please focus and be careful. Be attentive, because I'm gonna check your assessments of your groups. So 4 passes and pressing. You know, the easiest thing is to give a long pass and the team intercept that. That's the easiest thing. Okay, get ready. We're gonna have the green team to pursue a pressing. Pass the ball to the blue team. Ready? We need to make 5, 2, 3 a setting. I can see the 5. I don't see the 2. I want you to get back to your geometric figures. Five, 2, 3. Watch here. Okay, you are moving casually. Stop. What's the goal of the 2 shadow defender attackers? What's their task? Their task is to read the game and do preemptive actions. It's gonna look roughly like this. 2 are pressing to the end, one-on-one. Closer. Closer. He can pass the ball over there. You are coming here. Closer. Now check it out. The typical mistake is when they are making the ball to passing the ball to one another. Your task is to do pressing backward, closer. So I took the ball, and I'm doing that. Intercept it. Intercept and go and go away. And I'm waiting for this moment, okay? I will be expecting this moment. Your goal, your task, this is one-on-one here. Back there are standby players. Four clean passes and pressing on 5. Your comments, please, coaches. Could they escape the pressing? Can they? But not our topping. Yeah, the pressing was poor pressing, not enough pressing. The green team, you had insufficient pressing. Four passes and pressing on 5, on 5th. Stay here. Stay here. Was it your pass? Yours. What was what was this player's mistake? What was his mistake? Do a pass, take the ball, move forward where you pass the ball. Now take a look. He stopped. This is the problem of Tajik football. You need to go to the end. Stand here like that. This is this position is like a like a candy for you, because you can see this one will help you. This one will help you. That's why you need to be aware here. Move there. Closer. You are cutting him out. You need to be here, and you need to be more active here. And if he is running, if he's selling somewhere, somebody's selling an ice cream there, just run toward the ice cream. You shouldn't let him turn around, and you need to read him which side he's gonna turn. If he's turning that way, you stop him from that. Turning this way, you don't let them do that, and pass the ball where your players are standing. But you just stopped and showed your inertia. You were not positively aggressive, and this is a major problem. It's a major problem. Ready? 4 passes and pressing. Playing low ball, low ball. Okay, last 2. One-on-one, repositioning, one-on-one, covering the gaps. And the last episode. Green team moved to the first zone. First zone. Closer. Attack. Closer. So now we are focused on the green team. 5 balls, 5 pure balls. Stop here. This is out of the box decision. You are doing the you continue pressing. One on one pressing. Check how they switch the our defenders, our attackers, how they switched. Once again. So have you noticed? Have you noticed the pressing? Go. Withdrawing successfully from the pressing, it's another situation. And last 2 episodes, green team is hitting the ball. If you hit the ball, I'm signing contracts with you tomorrow. 3 clean passes. 3 clean passes. What do we have now? No, stop. A player made a mistake and made a poor pass. We need to know when, where, and how. And this situation was when it was a poor pass. So without the whistle, without me, I want you to pursue pressing. Green team, please focus, please demonstrate your skills and everything you know. Second zone, move to the second zone. Continue pressing on the second zone. Attack, start attack. Start the attack, don't leave. Visually observe when, how, where. Out. Sector pressing. Out of the box. According to the standard. 3 remaining minutes. Compactness. First zone. Okay, attention. Dear coaches, you've got 6 minutes. I want you to describe the problems in the first exercise, just very, very briefly. And the last exercise is assessment. And then we'll assess this group and yesterday's group by their performance. Get refreshed. Just try to take drops of water, get some as much water as you can. So don't worry about it, about anything, right? I want you to be brave. So we had pressing, and what was the first exercise? The pressing, was it a team pressing or was it an individual pressing? A team pressing, which is extracted from group pressing. Reading the game was important. Concentration, movement, judgment, reading the situation, and aggressive. What kind of aggression? Positively aggressive. And another important, very important thing is when a player is possessing a ball, he would, he needs, he should be able to not lose the one-on-one situation. Okay, it's important. One-on-one game is very important now in a modern soccer. If I'm a defender, I should not lose to an attacker. If I'm a defender, I need to play out the attacker. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Finding time, coming here. Thank you for actually, your commitment and for coming here on your weekday, on your day off, on the weekend. Okay, facing me. Bring the board. Take a seat, bring the board over. I have a few questions to you. As you know, in the end of this exercise, when we assigned attacks to two teams, we had there were some problems. What was the cause of the problem? What were they caused by? The load. They had a significant load, the players. They had to work and stop, work and stop. It's hard. It's tough for the body, but one cannot avoid it because this session has a methodology and trainings. We need to indicate the problems. this is one of the approaches of the methodology and trainings. We do this, then we film it, and then we cut the episodes and show them. This is how we can fight the challenges, the gaps, and address the shortfalls. Okay, we first is the Chelsea group. I want it to be very brief, just highlights. Um, Здрасте. Что-то я его не слышу. Тихо, очень голос. Все, слышу. We found some flaws during the orientation. First, this position of the body, reading the situation, and third flaw was aggression, and there was a very poor speed, as we noticed. At the and the rate. What's your rate? What's your rate in proportional rate? It's I put a plus here, but you mentioned the flaws. You said you should have discussed that. You pointed 75% positive, but he mentioned the flaws right now. So before you make your group presentation, you need to discuss your positions. And the second was a training phase by signal. We have selection, then we have time and space. We have time and space provided for the players, then also switching, repositioning, and positive aggression. Fourth, there was no leads. We give 70% minus. Oh, plus, okay. Using your skills is for repositioning wasn't active. Pressing was not active, and the gaps in the central zone, and we assigned plus 65%. So the central zone had gaps. It's minus. There were gaps. Do you know the difference between the training, the coaches, practitioners, and coaches, lecturers? They provide everything, but the practitioners, but they don't know what they provide. What they know, they give everything. The lecturers, the theory coaches, they give the knowledge, but they don't know. They don't provide practical. And right now, I can tell you that you need to have. I will assess your, evaluate your assessments in the classroom, and will explain to you the details. Manchester City. First is orientation. Positions. There were nearly all the players had flaws. They wouldn't cover the gaps too soon. There were no players on the right during attacks. And why? What was the reason? The reason is decision making, stalling the decision making, very late decision making, and you know what I want of you? I want of you to take notes, and as soon as you as you watch the game. So you assign 60% of negative. This is your assessment, your evaluation. Okay, I accept it. Liverpool group. On orientation and aggression. So phases, call me. Orientation phase, the training phase. And overall, we assign 70% plus for the orientation phase. We discussed this in our team, and we thought that they had the enough aggressiveness, enough compactness, They had reading of the situation. There were a few gaps between the right midfielder and defender. And why this we had this interrupted line, compactness, and due to reading of the situation. That's right. We had also a position of the body was fine. Position versus what? Versus the ball and the versus the whom? The rival versus the rival. And the training, the phase, we had a selection within 5 or within 10 seconds. They had compactness. They had the movement. The semi-defender, right semi-defender was not too active. Yeah, just overall. Give me overall. Well, overall, 70% for the training. And how would you assess the overall the efforts? 70 plus 70%. On orientation, we assigned minus 60 plus 40. But overall, we assign 70% positive plus 70%. Good. Okay, good, excellent. I'd like to. Oh, we have Manchester United also team group. On the leading exercises, we was poor aggression in some episodes. What kind of aggression? Positive aggression was missing. Yeah, just highlight that. Lack of reading of the situation on pressing. We could have read the situation by the foot, by the turn of the foot. Okay. Our version, I heard this. Our version was that the was position of body and position of the feet were not properly read, and was too long. The team was too long to switch to pressing, and giving too much time for the rival to assess the situation. You agree with that? You agree? Second line, the player was he lost concentration, lost his partner, and had no time to for repositioning on the training phase. No leads for the players behind. One-on-one game on pressing was losing. The team was losing it. And the benefits. There wasn't no team pressing also. This is the flaws. Well, the topic was team pressing. About 60% of play of active pressing and 40% passive players who should play on standby and read the situation. And the benefits, we had aggressive pressing, we had reading the situation in the first and second line in the training phase, and they were also attempting to demonstrate to diligence. Also diligence, yeah, they were diligent. So we assigned 40% plus, and compared with yesterday's the game, and we decided that yesterday's group played better than today's. You agree? You agree with that? No. But it's an opinion. Can I add? We compared each group according to our topics, according to how they, according to their. We are not looking into the how and what with the group. But given that it was a national, they were expected to actually no, overcome. Okay, my findings. Let me tell you this. I am not. I am not satisfied with the way you actually intervened. Like I said, you are all divided into groups, and each of you was supposed to be prepared by the time we came to discuss in this setting. I want us to be more mobilized. I don't want you to take time from each other. We were supposed to be here in taking shower while we are still exposed to this sweltering heat. And second of all, we are not too active when I ask you questions on the field. You gonna do this yourself tomorrow. Please wake up, okay? And the last finding is overall, this group was over 50 plus, or who? Now, show hands who believes it's 50 and over, 50%. You know, I said and don't switch. Okay, your choice. So I understand that the remaining eight of you believes otherwise. So we basically majority believes that this group was more exciting, and well, we should cut them some slack, you know, because they were a national. It's a national team, and they have. And there were also problems. There were flaws, and then later I'm going to talk with coaches, and I'm going to discuss these issues with the coaches, and I hope they will focus on, and they will focus on the description, on your description, and I'm going to evaluate your description. But yes, thank you for this, for the pressing on the second and the first and second zone. We're going to watch some films on the pressings on the first and second zone. Thank you. See you back in the classroom. Our apologies for technical hitches, but okay, let's continue. The topic of the task or the topic was team pressing in the first and second zone, and if you watched carefully, we had compact defense in the second zone, and today we had pressing in the first and second zone. Why not the other way around, not first the pressing and then compact? Because when while designing the program, we made sure to have a gradual switch over from one topic to another. Why it's important? Because it's for you to understand the concept of what we are teaching you and what you are gonna face in your work. This is like an alphabet, like ABC for for a kid. First letter A, then letter B, etc. That's why this sequence, which is most important, is important. So if today we had a pressing in the first and second, and we have pressing in the third zone and a compact pressing. We're gonna go over that as well. There are a lot of similarities, but also a lot of distinctions. So I would like now to reinforce what we have already had. We're gonna show you an extraordinary video film. That new is something old, something forgotten. So now we're gonna watch pressing by Dutch national team in 1978. Just look at it carefully. You need to focus on two details, and that's all. And then we will go back to a modern pressing by Liverpool. It will take 15 minutes for both. This is for to wrap up the practical part of our session. Where do you see pressing in the second zone? Where do you see where it's starting, where it's crossing first and crosses the second zone? Where do you see the pressing? In the first zone? Yes, correct. Where pressing is? Second zone. Where? First, second. So this was the first video film. Plus, please be active. Where was pressing mainly in the second zone? Mainly, we had in the first zone as well, but not in the third zone. Why? The question why? It's a world championship. It's of 1974, and the team was in team. Do you remember where this game took place? In Argentina. In Argentina, yeah. And the team had to adapt to these conditions, but they demonstrated it obviously. There are two details what is expecting us. Compact pressing. We have seen the compact pressing in one of the zones, but the key here is that the team is catching up, and also when they start compact pressing, they leave behind whom? They leave behind their rivals, who, even while intercepting, at interception of the ball, when the ball is transferred forward, the team found itself outside, on the outside. So see, the coach, he tackles two issues. But we forgot. So I had a phone call from one guy from Turkmenistan, and he said, "Thank you for this the abstract video, the film. Thank you for this explanation. I managed to win a lot of games thanks to this the pressing technique. I had a lot of fans. A lot of fans that came in awe of the way I attack. You know, this attack, Oz attack, when a bear tries to snatch a honey, the honey collected from the tree. So they attack it, and it's very interesting. But you know, you can also try, and it's possible. And now we were going to watch the second pressing by Liverpool. I've got a question. Where did we have more pressings? Third, second, one. No, sit down. Wrong. Over 10 pressings in the second zone, 12 times actually. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for counting. And now let's have a small discussion. This team worked on pressing, but this is the montage. It's all montage. They collected more successful episodes, but this is the result of what? The result of who? The result of the work of the coach and the team. That's why here is the question. What do you need for a team to have a good pressing, proper pressing, active pressing, super pressing, or high pressing, or ultra pressing? And that requires a good physical condition and a team and modeled teamwork. And of course, it depends on individual abilities, capacities of a player. That's why I looked carefully at the pressing technique of our players. You're going to work a lot going forward, and it's going to be your problem of your team. But you understand the concept now, and anything else that you would need to know, we can continue discussing tonight. Now let's move on. We have a new topic on theory. This is as interesting as previous topics. You're gonna face this every day on a daily basis, and you will. And this is going to be something that's going to be your responsibility. So the topic, but sometimes they call them the foremen of a team, foremen, for instance, of the team. And I don't know why they use this, foremen of the team. Maybe it's closer, but and not manager. For you, for young coaches, in the future, you need to reinforce this position in your teams. And follow the modern trends and modern requirements of the time. Club manager and training manager of the team, and how to distribute these duties. And this is up to the club president how to distribute that. But we need to we need to understand that these two positions will be respectively divided, and now each of you will share his opinion on that. So let's have 10-minute discussions, and I want each group for 10 minutes to describe the duties of the manager and the duties of the coach. Is the task clear? So once again, I want you to distinguish the duties of the coach and the duties of the manager. And the key word is team management and training process management. This is our today's topic. Get started. Да, конечно. Ой, ничего, у меня, кажется, вчера давление низкое было, упало. Из-за этого кофе же не было, и поэтому я даже не ожидала, честно говоря. Как-то вот все вот так сумбурно получилось. Так что это давление, кажется, было низкое. Сегодня я свой кофе принесла. Нормально, да? Спасибо.
Поактивней, поактивней. Поактивней. Позиция тренера, менеджера, полномочия. То же самое, смотрите внимательно. Внимательно слушайте. Позиция тренера, позиция менеджера. И позиция тренера менеджера. Быстрее решите. Что времени? Так, мне нужно позицию. Так, у нас осталось ровно 4 минуты, пожалуйста.
4 minutes left.
Так, сразу определяемся, кто будет входить и представлять группу. Нужно представлять их уверенно и убедительно.
Each group will have a speaker to make presentation of the group work.
Осталось 2 минуты.
2 minutes to go.
В своем понимании. Вы работаете по этому уровню? Так, какая группа готова, пожалуйста, она может сразу же выставлять свою работу. Это не для вас, это мы готовы. Вы готовы, пожалуйста, приготовились. Вы делаете. Так, у нас осталось последние 30 секунд. Так, внимание сюда. Учитывая то, что в каждой игре судьи добавляют, значит,
Okay,
еще добавить одну минуту.
let's focus.
Значит, первая группа у нас готова, вторая
The
группа
first group is ready. Next group Get set.
Так, заканчиваем. Внимание, рассаживаемся по своим местам.
Let's get back to your seats.
Внимание сюда.
Attention, please.
Пройдите каждый к своим местам, пожалуйста.
Please get back each to your seat.
Для чего это нужно, чтобы вы знали, какие обязанности и права имеют клубы?
Why it is important to understand the roles of the coach, manager, or coach/manager?
Ну, пригласят люди вашу хорошую работу
You know, someday when you are invited
к себе
to
в страну, и когда вы столкнетесь там
a team, and when you
вы будете сразу сравнивать.
face these conditions, then you will realize how things happen in your home country, and how the work is done abroad. You're gonna analyze it, study it, and study is a great thing. Why would you do we study? We study in order to compare, to analyze, and this helps, and it will help us at home when we know the benefits, the advantages of those of those people, of those functions responsible for the performance of the team. So this is the result of our work, that at the moment we have managers and we have their benefits, disadvantages. We have managers in the teams. So now our teams, they take part in the different clubs, and we understand the duty of the manager. But a couple of years back, we had very few managers as the positions in the teams, and so the team manager's duties include the following: manager is the one to organize, the one responsible for organizing the match and provide everything required the team. A manager should understand the needs of the players, the needs of the teams. He's also the one responsible for collecting the duties, collecting the booking hotels, booking the airfare, the travels, etc., etc. So managers, they deal with these things on a daily basis in order to make sure that the work goes flawless, and the team has an administrator, has the physical, medical doctors, etc. The very good club has also a staff. It has a lot of employees, has a personnel with various duties. So manager is the one to monitor all these functions to support the best performance of the club. The manager also is in charge of managing the club. To manage the club means to select the staff, to select employees such as administrator, medics, and other employees to ensure the operation of the club. Manager is available 24/7 anytime. A coach can pick a phone and call a manager and request a support, and manager is expected to provide this support. And for instance, in this country, in Tajikistan, the staff of the manager has an administrator and also team's assistant who basically perform as managers, and they are trained as managers who are called also the foremen. Managers are responsible for all the any needs the team may have, any details that of what's important for the team, for the coach, for the club, for a bus driver, for instance, for his staff. All these issues are responsibility of the manager. And there is also the chief coach in the team, and we enlisted. The chief team is responsible for the team. He has managed the team. He is responsible for selecting and recruiting into the team. He manages the players. Each player, that if we have 25 players in a team, the only 11 are in a game. And half of the players can be dissatisfied with the fact that they are not involved in an active game, and it causes a lot of problems, and which is very common. So the coach should understand this, should understand these issues and these challenges, and should manage it in such a way that everyone is happy with playing often or less often, etc. These issues should be addressed to make sure that they are not they do not affect the team. So manager also is responsible for the what exactly is responsible for of the trainings and learning and training, and they are also responsible for planning, to plan what to do, when and where, depending on the yearly calendar of the league and championship. Presently, which is very common in Europe and being implemented in Tajikistan, there is the coach / manager or dash manager who combines all the qualities of the manager and the coach, who is in charge of everything: organizing match, managing the club, managing the staff, health staff, personnel. He makes sure that the needs of the team are met. They make sure that he knows the problems of the staff, of the doctor, of the masseur, of the other personnel in his team, and 24/7. This person is in the process. He is reflecting, he's thinking, and he's in touch with the manager to address these issues in a timely manner. And coach dash manager is because this person deals with all the issues involving with organizing the match and problems of the club. All these things need to be addressed in order to keep the players in a good spirit, keep them happy and pleased, and not in order to for the things not to affect their game. And for instance, he's in charge of. Okay, you have mentioned everything. Okay, I think we have. Are you satisfied? Okay. You can ask questions. Our understanding of the work of the manager, the chief coach, and the coach manager. So you mentioned the manager, you mentioned all the duties of the manager. You also have the sports director, technical director, you have a foreman of the team. What does he do, the foreman? My first question. Who? No, but you have other duties. You have other duties. So when you said chief coach, who is responsible to organize, he organizes prepares the team for the game, organizes the game. How does he do it? I mean, does he actually buy ticket? Well, in our club, we have an executive director who deals with money, with finances. Then we have the director of the club who deals with everything described here and beyond. And we are switching to managers, but we still have foremen in the group who. We do have foremen in the teams, but it's changing. According to AFK criteria, the titles should also change. And since our club is a state club, is a state-owned club, and our director have this managing role as well. So I can explain that, but it's a long process. Since it's a state-owned, we have a lot of paperwork that. But we are going to move to the to more modern model. And the coach manager also. He's organizing. What does it mean? Organizing everything during the play. Gym, trainings. He's in touch with the manager to address the problems like equipment, supplies, etc., and everything we need in winter, the equipment in winter. For instance, we have administrator should make arrangements with the hotel booking, need during the trainings. If we have a training in the morning, everything should be ready in order not to save the time.
От меня к вам вопрос.
Okay, and then my question.
Кого из современности вы знаете, который вам длился 2 года?
Do you know any modern coach who combines the duties of a coach and a manager? Lots of, I mean, like in present time. Do you know any coach of nowadays coach, modern coaches who combines manage? Alex Peterson. Remember he played brilliantly. That who else who played brilliantly in the Russian football? Gus Hiddink. Gus Hiddink was the first who stated that Russia is very short of trainers, of coaches, managers. For the first time, he mentioned this because he managed all of these things. He took charge of everything. He had very good assistants, and those from Russia, he distributed the duties among them. So we were talking about the managing coach. Okay, thank you. So the question, your opinion, how similar is your vision of coach manager with the ideas and visions of your partner, your colleague? Well, they're very similar, very similar. So briefly, manager, as we understand it, manager in soccer is a person who is in charge of the club, who is in charge of all the organizational, financial issues, who allocates and distributes the funding and everything involving the club. The manager should also understand the style and philosophy of the coach. If coach the club selects the coaches. They invite coaches who understand the style and philosophy of the club. And the manager, and also what's important, manager should not interfere with the training process. Training process is totally a responsibility of the chief coach. So this is a vision of our group. And I agree with my colleague. I agree with everything he mentioned, which is also part of my presentation. This is just additional information. The coach is responsible for the training process, for recruiting the players, by building his team. The coach recommends to the club management the players that he wants to promote for the club. So he selects and he lobbies them in his with his management, depending on the philosophy and his understanding of the game. The coach should be involved with the club, with the heads of the club in selecting the players. So the coach is responsible for the process and for the results. And if his training process is properly designed, then respectively he should be responsible for the results. The coach manager is a combination of a manager and a coach, and this is how we understand it. Questions? Which one is better? Which one is better of these two? Out of two, you mean coach manager or manager? Which one of them is better in your understanding? You need to choose one of the three. What do you think? I mean, which one is closer to you, to your, which one are you in favor of? For me, I mean, the one who is responsible on the of the training process, selection of the players, and with the game. So, and just be you know, have a fair pay and dedicate yourself to the to players. And what's the difference between the coach manager and the manager and the coach? So manager dash trainer versus manager versus coach. Universality, okay, I agree. I think in one word. We have this word, there is one term, one word, one phrase, which is always, which is very common for in our industry. Responsibility. It's higher here. It's higher. It's higher, much higher for coach dash manager, because above you is only who? God. No, meaning your executive. So there is higher responsibility. That's why when you have this duty, you need to comply with all these responsibilities and duties. Introduce yourself. Manchester City. We actually share our colleagues' inputs, the colleagues' presentations, because they're very similar. Our position, but maybe the only thing that we would add is that for the chief coach and chief coach should be leading coach should be a professional of soccer professional. A manager, he doesn't have to be a soccer manager, like soccer trained manager, right? A manager is someone, in modern terms, a good businessman, and very good, very skillful, witty, and good to sell. The coach should know. So if a coach needs this player, so the manager should be able to attract this player, to join the team. So this person should be able to actually attract and negotiate with the players. And as for the coach manager, these two positions they are included in one position. And and everything else we share with our colleagues. Questions? So you mentioned that a coach should be an expert of a soccer expert. And what do you understand? What do you mean soccer expert? And if he didn't play soccer, he can't be a coach? No, I mean that he should be expert in soccer. We know a lot of our coaches who actually never played, but they're coaches. They coach. That's who I'm talking about. How can he coach? How these people coach if they never played? Well, yes, we have coaches who never played, but they specialized as a coach. They studied coaching. They have skills of a coach. We know such. We know people. We know coaches who are members of the soccer club, and those who never actually played soccer and never coached. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, a manager's position. But the coach, a coach who trains the team, he doesn't have to be a player, but he needs to have soccer skills. He should be the one who had the sports background, soccer background, who knows how to train, how to teach, how to develop. Okay. And then they said that manager doesn't have to be a sportsman, but should be a good negotiator. Yes, but if he is not a soccer person, then he won't be able to negotiate to strike a deal with a player because he doesn't get soccer. He doesn't have to be a soccer person, but he should know his ways around. No, he doesn't have to be a man with a soccer background. But we cannot reach an best case scenario. We cannot have ideal cases. Everyone. It's just a dream to have everything ideally. But even if it is an ideal match made in heaven, even then it is not necessarily working. That's why it's important that we have a good team, not in these two individuals, but also a good a team suitable for the top officials. In this country, in modern Tajikistan, do you know any managers in the clubs? Sharif Nazarov, he is a manager and coach because back in time, he used to. Maybe Sharif Nazarov is the only one who can be called that. He's the one of the first coaches in Central Asia who was assigned, who was awarded a title of a decorated coach, and the one who took the team to the top league, highest league of the Soviet soccer. How about modern Tajikistan? Do you know any? I'm not sure. Not sure. It's not you who is not sure. It's we who are not sure. And this is the problem. The problem because this topic have never been discussed ever before the License A the program. You are the first ones who got what you need for going forward about the activities and about the needs you need to cover in the training process. And the last presentation. Dear colleagues, so our group, in its lengthy discussions, decided that that coach is responsible for everything what's going on in the field, the training process, the selection of players by positions, planning training camps, the time and location for the training camps, and basically for the recruitment of the team. He's responsible for this process from the beginning through the end of the season. He is responsible for the discipline of the players. While a manager is the organizer of the team, who is the heart of a team. He is in charge of everything involving training camps, matches, international matches, championships, cups, country cups, etc. Everything which involves this. He is the one who takes care of the supplies, of the equipment, etc. and etc. And also maybe. So basically, these are the main things, not to repeat others, my other colleagues before me. And manager plus coach, it's a two-in-one, who is responsible for supplies, for the training, etc., etc. It's all these responsibilities in one person takes a lot of efforts, and this person needs to possess some extraordinary skills and capacities to ensure a smooth, flawless operation. It's a tough job, and we agree on the fact that that's two different things. The manager is the one who supports, provides the proper conditions for the players, organizing the games. All the supplies are in place, and no one is worried about this and that. While the coach takes a tremendous effort on training the team. So this is the question to you. In many countries, in many soccer clubs, basketball clubs, hockey clubs, the major role is played by the manager, and then the second is the coach. So if you were a president of the club, who would you actually give the priority role? I think I would give. I would say chief the coach. I would say the coach. A manager in my club, I'm helping, I'm assisting the coach, the director, but and the coach is in touch with the director, and when they invite the players, and the contract is negotiated between the director of the club and the chief coach. They are the ones who play the role, but the manager is the one who supports the club director who is helping with the finances, while I'm the one who do all the organizational issues. The cars, the uniforms, etc., etc. Let's take soccer club. Let's take soccer club Dushanbe. Does this club have a manager? No, it has no manager. It has a coach. Okay. Any more questions? What's the difference between the coach and coach-manager? The coach how we understand it, training is responsible for the training process, is the one who is in charge of the training process, who is in charge of the recruitment. The manager is an organizer. A managing coach is an organizer plus a coach. Okay, thank you for your participation. Okay, we got it. We have heard your ideas, your positions, your understanding. Yes, coaches, both coach and manager involves a lot of responsibilities. But see, this is new, the position and new duties, and it's something new, and they still want, if they want to be a manager, they take it as a chairman of a team or foreman, in our understanding. But I think in a modern understanding, we need to get used to the term of a manager. And also, what I'm trying to say is that this is the fifth course in this country for the licensing, licensing, and the previous courses we covered this a lot of topics, but not this one. That's why it's difficult. It's difficult to talk about it, to discuss this. But I was very pleased, and I know that I haven't trained you for this. I just asked your opinion, how you understand it, and I will tell you that you have 60% of understanding and can distinguish between these two positions, which is great. So you need to be always prepared to know who you choose to be. And toward the end, I actually I have written on board three functions, three duties, and I want you, during the break, come forward and put your name under where you want, what you want to be. I want to know who wants to be a future coach to train the teams, or managers, or who wants to be a combination of both. So I want to see, I would like to know, I would like to have this for those who come after you, who will come after you, to know who has some preferences. So again, the difference between these three, it's a responsibility, great responsibility. Each has his field of responsibility, and it's great. Okay, this is all with these discussions, and now let's switch. Let's have discussions, and I want you to hear.
Мы узнали все-таки, кто он такой управленец.
So now we have an idea. We have some idea about the coaches, managers, and coach manager. But I can tell that you covered that. You covered in largely the distinctions, the differences. You highlighted them, and while you were talking, I took some notes. Okay, team management, professional team management. Team manager for the second league. We have assistant coaches, we have chief coaches of the first division. This process includes not only the managing the training process, but also improving tactical conditions and selection and recruitment, and also ability to have skills required by the modern soccer, ability to bring together players with different characters, with different traits, especially nowadays when we have a lot of legionnaires, league players from different countries. And we need to understand that each one comes in with his traditions, with his ambitions, and of course there's going to be problems with the feedback, with communication, and the management of managing the tasks. As you mentioned, organization. You managed. What does it include? That starting from the trainings, from training process. When the team is out in the field to distribute vests or even shift the goals, this is all here. This is all included because we need to save time for the training. We need to save time. The training should include the training process without breaks, without any interruptions. And everything else that facilitates the training process of the team for it to go flawless. Major problems begin at the beginning of the season. That's why a lot of efforts should be made in the planning stage before everything. This is what we begin with. We begin with planning. We begin with organizational issues. So then we have second is training process planning, and indeed we need to have also plans on who we want to invite as players. So as you can see, planning is the key word.
мотивация.
You did mention that, but you didn't mention motivation and control.
То есть при любых течениях обстоятельств мы должны правильно мотивировать.
We need to motivate properly. We need to motivate the work in the club. Your players should understand that they are not going to face problems in your club, in your team, starting from the training process all the way through their living conditions in the club, and control. Who is in charge of the process? Who controls the process? Is it a manager? Is it the coach? Or is it a manager-coach? And of course, the zone of responsibilities,
В идеале зона ответственности
the responsibilities should be properly distributed and established in the TOR. If you have a coach and if you have a manager, if it's two in one, it's fine, it's clear. But if you have two, then you need to divide, and they need to divide and conquer.
Поэтому мы должны это все понимать прекрасно, зону ответственности. И всегда
And we need to understand the division of responsibilities, need to take this into account, and let's take 10 minutes break. This break not for us, for our brains, but also a break for our interpreter. Thank you. Эксплуатация, полная эксплуатация. Перерывы, да, обалдеть. Где гостеприимство? Где гостеприимность таджикская? Есть, да? Пойдемте, пойдемте.
Извинения, во-первых.
Нет?
Вы сейчас там поспорили.
Ага.
Вот, у женщин не надо спрашивать, мы поспорили. Ваши годы.
А сколько мне лет?
Да.
Много.
Честно. Нет,
Мне много.
хотя бы год рождения.
Мне за 50.
Не, я поспорил. Я дал моложе, там
Вы очень много высказывались о особенностях работы, значит, и значения должностей как тренер, менеджер.
We talked a lot about the duties of manager, of the coach, of coach manager, and you mentioned a lot of qualities, a lot of responsibilities that are assigned to these duties. Manager is a manager in a soccer, and how is it? How does it look? Manager is responsible for achieving the goal. So the goal, our main goal is what? Our main goal is the result, is the final result. So there are 20 teams in the championship, which it means 20 managers, 20 coaches or coach managers who are responsible for achieving the goal and meeting the expectations. And of course, only 3 would have some indicative, would have something to demonstrate, and some indicators maybe they are lower in the previous season and higher in the current season, which means that the structure, the organization, the management of the team, of the training process have been reviewed, have been improved, and that's why the results will be better, and this is also a better result, is also a result. Ideal measures in soccer, the coach is responsible on the everything what happened in the field for the successes and failures of the team, etc., etc. So, which word was a surprise to you? Came as a surprise? Which phrase? The psychological what? Psychological preparedness. So psychological preparedness. Why he is responsible? So do we need a psychologist for this? Sometimes teams do have psychologists, because psychologist is always right there with the team. He knows the problems of the team. He knows, and he has all the necessary knowledge and competencies of a psychologist to control, to manage the situation. Ideal manager is a coach who knows his job well. It's a top level professional, top level. It's someone who brings together everything. He brings together. He combines a psychologist, a doctor, and he needs to possess following knowledges: anatomy and sports physiology. Why anatomy and sports physiology exactly? Why exactly anatomy and physiology? Because training process involves loads, right? And if coach doesn't have a clue about the anatomy and physiology, it will be tough for him to control the situation. Very difficult. He would be lost in terms of the load, the volume of the load, to control the load, and improve and develop and improve the skills of the players. What does it mean? Develop and improve, right? Improve. When you come to the club, when you have new players coming to the club, or the players from your academies, from the sports academies, well, somewhere these newbies will not be fully ready to play in your team. That's why when you select them, you need to know everything about these newbies. You need to know how to develop them and how to improve their skills. How? By way of new exercises, or by way of having them them play next to experienced players. This would be your responsibility, your decision. It's up to you how to integrate new players in the teams. And in Europe, we have there is a trend of having more younger players in the team. Some of them are 17, 18, while many cannot be in national teams at 25, 27. It means that the academy did a good job by training the players, and the coaches who selected them and who upgraded them, who trained them, thinking of the future, using the teaching skills, training skills, modern learning skills. What does it include? Modern training skills. What does it involve? Well, ideally, sometimes people, some would say that some people believe that they're good practitioners, but in practical life, a coach should possess practical and theoretical skills and knowledge, and not just good ones, but also the modern ones, and be always in search. And he is searching. If he's searching constantly and steadily, and applies the techniques in his practice, he will be able to develop his game in a proper level, skillful in terms of defense and offense, and to steadily improve physical and motor skills. I would like you to comment. Please, can you suggest to develop the physical and motor skills, to develop physical conditions, to improve physical conditions? Can you bring an example? Physical and motor skills. It's movement skills. Yes, it's strength, speed, coordination, and symbiosis. It's symbiosis. It's a speed, strength, speed, strength. This is it. This all included in physical and motor skills. Psychological methods possess psychological technique in training the players. A coach, as typically should be able and should possess the psychological skills to train the players. See, you as coaches, or you as coaches and managers, should control these issues, and they're very important. Some tend to involve psychologists in the team. Some teams have psychologists. Once we had in a future Olympic team, we had a psychologist, and I don't know, maybe this person was a psychologist, in fact, but I didn't agree with his technique with the children applied, with children. I disagreed with them. I disagreed with his methods and his techniques in working with the kids. If you can imagine 10 minutes to sit in front of the wall, where you on the wall, which has a list with a dark spot, and children were expected to stare at that black spot for 10 minutes at a time. So he would make children sit and stare at this spot. So I would try to ask the psychologist about the reasons. I said, why? What's the goal? To what end? And said, let's see who will fail this stare. And I was shocking. I said that these kids are the ones to go to Seoul, to the World Championship. And it's very difficult to have them, sit here staring and failing. They are all living with the dream to go to Seoul, and then and the psychologist said that that's exactly the point. I want to see if they fail, if they if they fail. It's important when they're in the game. So I'm not sure. I don't know where where it comes from. Maybe it's from military psychology, maybe sports psychology. I was not sure. But you know, you're going to face that. You're going to face a lot of stuff like that while training psychological stability with your in your players. And naturally, we need to analyze. We need to not without analysis. Without analysis, without evaluation, you won't achieve the targeted results. If you had a season, when you finish the season, you need to analyze. While you are at this level, not at a higher level, then you need to count where you lost your scores. You would start to count when your players were psychologically unstable, when they had challenges, when they were shown the cards. It's important. Interaction between the manager and coach. England, manager and coach, or 2-in-1. To address technical issues in training the teams, trainings, physical trainings, and selection and invitation of players in the team, transportation. In two coaches in Tajikistan mentioned that I came to the team, but nobody is seeking my advices. That nobody is asking me about my opinion while inviting the players. So then I remember that. So then I told them. So I was not sure. I said, I'm not sure. Maybe your results were not what was expected. Then why you would go with this, stay with this team? It was with the CSKA team. Then there was another coach from Iran, Iranian coach who worked here. And where is the team? This team now, This is a third level team. 5 wins, 6 wins, 6 winning games for now. So it means what? It means that this coach, he revolutionized. He set the targets properly. He started with functional the trainings. He had a weekly cycle and a psychological also work. It's interesting. This team is third now. I think everyone should follow it. Everyone should keep an eye on it. By the end of this season, we are planning to have a workshop on this, on the techniques of this coach, on the leverages that he used. And I know this coach. I know that first time when I met him about 2-3 years ago, he speaks in professional language as a coach of what, in terms of what's missing in our coaches. Assistant managers or chief coach, the ones who organize trainings in absence of the coach. So, you as the responsible, as the person in charge, you invite your own assistants. You choose your own assistants. In Germany, they don't have technical manager. They have a team leader, like we do. So there, and in their case, the organizational issues are resolved not by a coach, but also they have a technical director and sports director. So
Это разделено в зону ответственности.
these responsibilities are divided in Germany.
Все те взаимоотношения,
And all the relations and interactions that they have between these two, one deals with sponsors, one deals with other people. All these functions are divided. But I brought you only two examples of England and Germany, and maybe it's different now. Some clubs they change trends. They change their activities, change the responsibilities of the team leaders. But for us, most important thing is a training process. So firstly is controlling the discipline in the field and beyond, is taking care of players' health, doctors, physiotherapists, masseurs, food, family, etc. And developing technical staff of the club. Any club has technical staff, such as administrators, any administrator with different responsibility. Every administrator has his own responsibilities, and you are familiar with that. You know that every administrator has his own duties. Because we talk about the rights. We talk a lot about the rights and forget about responsibilities. And the responsibilities should be described where? They should be described in the contracts. And of course, any club will have a youth soccer team. So the question whether the chief coach should control the training process of the youth team. Well, yes, of course. Yes, especially if there is a 3-year plan, then the coach should understand which player is going to join his team next year or a year from now. She should focus on 17, 18 years old to understand that those are going forward, those are the ones who, some of them going to join them, and if possible to include them in the main team and involve them in the training process. Why is this important? It is important because this will help these young players to understand what's facing them. The field visits, the trips would be helpful when they are sitting with the soccer experienced soccer players. They are rubbing the shoulders with them, and they realize that what they would need to develop in them in order to become one of them. And it's the best way to foster in them through involving them in the training process of the main team. And this is responsibility of the coach. So based on these paragraph, a manager should be thoroughly prepared to the training process, should be prepared to the games of any level, should have a positive contact with the training group in the training process. The manager coach, as a leader for the club, technical leaders must have important traits, including most importantly humanity and competence level. A competence level can be compared with his intelligence. He should be an intelligent person.
характерны для некоторых азиатских стран.
What are most common problems for some Asian countries?
Характерны для азиатских
What are
стран.
most common problems in Asian countries in this field, in this topic, in the topic of coach, manager, and both in Asian countries, in Asia?
Наш регион.
Let's take our
Что
region.
можно сказать? Проблемы какие?
What are the challenges?
Менталитет.
Mentality?
Назначают иногда никакого
Yes,
отношения
sometimes
не имеющие
they nominate, they appoint people who have nothing to do with soccer. Or sometimes they nominate or they appoint the chief coach, someone who has no interest in players, who is here in the club, but he is formally somewhere else. Yeah, is it common? It is.
Или назначают бизнесмена,
Or they appoint a businessman
у которого
who, who's got money today and, who lost his money tomorrow, who loves soccer just because maybe he has some relatives playing in the team, which is also common in some European countries, without mentioning. We have these teams when we have sons and nephews playing in the same team. Or those who control the coach without having anything to do with that. Just imagine that they bring a person, put him next to you, and will tell you that he's going to be with you, and you're not sure what is his duties, whether he is over you, he's under you, he has some skills, some competencies. It doesn't matter. Is it common for the Asian countries? Yes.
менеджеры, которые находятся наверху в клубе, но
Managers over you,
как второстепенные.
who are over you, but they
Почему как второстепенные? Команда
they see working with players as secondary.
это проблема. Команда выигрывает, он же тут же
And if team wins, they stay. If team lost, they go. So there is no any understanding between the manager
Вот
and
поэтому проблемы, которые возникают для менеджера,
players.
в
So
клубе всегда должна быть зона ответственности.
that's why there should be always a clear responsibilities established by the contract.
Зона ответственности всегда переплетены.
Responsibilities are always intertwined in the club.
Как исправить их? Когда
When areas of responsibility are intertwined in the club, when they interfere with the game and demand to fix it,
что иногда момент игры, то есть во время игры,
sometimes during
вниз,
the game they can actually come down from from top and demand to make a change in the game,
вы все знаете такой
and this is very also common.
пример чемпионата мира 18 года.
You remember this example with the World Championship 2018 with the national team, Spanish national team, when literally 2 days before the games, the chief coach was replaced by the former the national team player.
Если в любой ситуации менять сборную Испании чемпиона мира,
So it's the Spanish national team. It's the champion. And yeah, if would you take a team 2 days before the championship? Would you, if you were offered this? I know, it's prestige. It's flattering, but also it's very high responsibility. That's why, in order to make a decision, you need to weigh the problem. Firstly, is whether the players would accept you, whether they would want to work with you.
что вы им навяжете?
What you're gonna offer them? What do you have to offer them? What do you have to impose on them? Your understanding of the game, or what they do on the field, and also whether you understand psychological condition of each player 2 days before the World Championship. Who is to blame here? A coach or a soccer federation that had this happen?
Вот видите,
See,
ситуация такая, что
the situation was that
то есть он опережал события
that
накануне чемпионата мира.
that the situations were,
И что получилось? Мы четко увидели,
we saw
что на корабле не было капитана,
that there was no captain on the boat.
не достиг своих целей.
The boat has no captain, the ship had no captain, and it sank. It's like a Titanic from this film, when the team actually it sank, it drowned. It drowned, the ship sank, and
Поэтому вы должны быть внимательны.
so we witnessed that. That's why
Управлять командой,
you need to be careful about it. You need to be able to manage the team and manage the entire process involving your team. Team leader.
я извиняюсь, руководитель команды.
Team leader.
Вы знаете, руководство команды принимает много очень людей.
You know, the team is managed by many people. Okay, let's forget president and vice president and general secretary of the club. We have sports director, technical director, manager, chief coach, and assistants. And whether we like it or not, but the training process is managed by the coach, by the chief coach. If it's 2-in-1, coach-manager, this is also acceptable.
Участие менеджера в технических вопросах клуба.
Involvement of managers in technical issues of the team or clubs. Selecting requirements or to the players, trainings and the studies, also, yeah,
Ну и, естественно, стратегия игры.
and game strategy.
Хотим мы не хотим, всегда будет взаимоотношения. Взаимоотношения.
Interaction is going to be always. You know, there's always an interaction between the manager and the coach. And there is always intersection, you know, this is always an intersection in their relations. Their relations are intertwined. And you, in your job, you are going to be involved in, firstly, controlling this process, in managing the team, in managing the training process, and the responsibilities between these two duties will be clearly restricted and defined and established. But we need to find, but a common ground needs to be found for the results. But who is most responsible for the results is the coach, and you should always take this responsibility upon yourself at all time, without an opportunity, without
Зона ответственности менеджера или других лиц.
attempting to skip this responsibility. And if something fails, it means that it's your fault. Somewhere you flawed, somewhere you
Тренировочного процесса, то есть
you skipped, starting in the either in the training process or in the exercises or in somewhere else.
над вами витает такой вопрос. Почему на эту должность назначен этот менеджер?
And you will always have this question: why this manager is appointed, while the previous manager is removed? What's going to be his role? What is he going to control? What is he going to change? What is he going to introduce of new? How to remove the flaws without affecting the process? You know, there is this saying that don't cut a head when you only need to remove a head, when don't chop off the head. So how
Поэтому ваши взаимоотношения
and what? That's why your relations,
тренером или менеджером обязательно
whether you are a manager or you are a coach manager, please try to reach out to the coach.
Поэтому здесь напоследок вы должны правильно понимать. Взаимоотношения
That's why it's important to understand the relations between the coach and the manager should be, first it includes the responsibility. It includes the contact line between two leaders, the mutual consultations on individual disagreements.
Что значит
What does it mean?
взаимные консультации?
What does it mean, mutual consultations in individual
Есть
disagreements?
такое понятие «споре рождает истину».
You know, we can find the truth is found in debates, through debates. The mutual consultations on certain individual disagreements can be something like you are
В очередном туре играть в гостях. Менеджер говорит,
you are about to play. You want to visit. You want to fly off to the team. The coach wants to send the team by the plane. You want by the train, but others tell you that the manager tells you, no, it's too expensive. Maybe by the bus. So who decides this? This decision should be made in consultation,
игроки не должны.
but not with involving the players. Players should not know of these debates. They should not know about these arguments, these debates over how to fly the team, and because that can cause, that can
Скажут, а может автобусом, кто-то боится летать самолетом, другие скажут, может быстро поездом, и начинается у нас что в команде?
and that can cause disagreement within the team, and you don't want that.
Очень важно в
It's
управлении.
important while managing the team.
Дисциплина и регламент клубе.
Discipline and regulations in the club. While managing the club, we need to control the discipline,
Естественно, мы должны контролировать администрацию в клубе.
need to control administration in the club.
Вы знаете, что команда проводит матчи, и когда
You know, the
приглашают,
team has
мы должны
matches,
знать,
and we need to know
какое время мы должны дать команде.
when to give a break to the team. What is a break? A recess. A recess is to rehabilitate, because exhausting the team is very bad. Exhausting the team means that the team won't be able to rebound and perform, and it's important for the manager and for the coach. And other financial issues of the team, because as you know, first off, a good manager or a good coach should control financial flows. They need to regulate the funding of the team and to make it and distribute it properly without losses. And
Те же витамины,
everything, for instance,
те же новые
procuring vitamins, giving recess, buying substances, health, nutritious food or equipment, training equipment, or any other stuff to support the training process under control. Everything should be under control. Everything should be under control, and control is missing in the clubs. So to direct the flows to the
Я бы хотел закончить сегодняшнее наше занятие и услышать ваши вопросы.
to proper flow channel.
Перейдем к последнему.
And
Здесь на доске
with this, on this board, you see 3 positions, and like I mentioned, please come forward and put just a cross where you or check that they are next to a line of where you
управляющей командой
would like to be:
менеджер,
coach,
управляющий,
manager,
менеджер-тренер.
and or manager coach. 3 positions, 3 duties where you would see yourself.
Пожалуйста, вопросы.
Questions? You asked us about our vision of coach and manager. How about you? What's your opinion? What do you think? What's going to be, how it's going to look like in the future soccer? These relations, manager, the coach, the director, etc. Well, the most influential person in this is a coach, because coach is like a captain of a ship, who leads the team to a victory. And but of course, I mean, in modern soccer, managers they're increasingly playing a role. But I believe that, of course, a coach who should be should be strongly in touch, closely in touch with the manager, and manage the training process, manage a team, be in close touch with the manager to avoid disagreements, and have a common ground, be on the same page. Do we have professional managers, and what are the ways to shop for them, to shop for professional managers, where they can be trained? In Tajik soccer, let's take position of a manager, this person, Manucher, Jahangir, in Istiklal. Can you grade him? Can you grade him as a manager? But no, we're not familiar with his input. Okay. What do you think about him? And in Bokhtar, we have also Israel in Bokhtar team, 4 in CSKA. Out of all these 4 managers, I forget other clubs. This Murad guy is the one who I would prefer to talk to. When I talk to him, I feel his level of professionalism in a conversation. I never had contacts with others, but I have an impression from what I heard from coaches, and I believe that they are not trained enough and not prepared to work as modern managers. And what is the solution? How to address it? To address it through organizing the courses for the managers, like this, for coaches. That's why for you, we suggest here to mention where you would like to be. Maybe some of you would want to be 2-in-1. Highlight it, and we'll see if you know that there is this duty, there is this occupation, 2-in-1. Why not to be and find the ways to become that? But you know, whether we like it or not, this will be in our duties, in our life. You are the first group studying this topic. This topic wasn't taught before in this country. I participated myself as a first course participant. 3 times I assisted the licensing process, and this one again that I am leading now. Okay, let's wrap up for now. Let's take the highlighters or the markers and take time to come forward to the board and check where you want to be. Just cross it.
Пожалуйста, смелее. Будущие тренера, высшей лиги и будущие тренера-менеджеры или просто менеджеры.
Whoever you see yourself in going forward.
Ребята, я понимаю, ваш мозг уже не будет воспринимать. Но вы напрягитесь, сконцентрируйтесь, потому что не мы виноваты, к сожалению. Сейчас они видят вот это, вот, хотели приехать сюда, а что не приехать? Ну, конечно, желательно, чтобы приехали, потому что и нам было бы легче. Но постарайтесь сейчас немножко сконцентрироваться. Нужно это. Эти игрока сегодняшние, вот это имеет наши сегодняшние сейчас люди. Вам не интересно, не мешает? Вероятно, да, скинуть фильм «Бриллиантовая рука»? Да. Смотрим, да, оказывается. Там интересно. Я бесплатно, у тебя когда на них приехать? Завтра утром. А? Утром. Утром завтра? А, нет проблем.
Я утром уезжаю.
Когда работать будем, если с первой лиги победы приедешь со столом, да, я так понимаю?
Стараюсь.
Так, уважаемые студенты, сегодняшняя, то есть
Dear students, current topic that we want to discuss is pertinent to the current situation. It's about psychophysical methods of team training, psychophysical techniques. Now, after you have had practical trainings right there under this sweltering heat, today, after the first lecture, after 20 minutes break, our brain, right, our mind should be refreshed. It should restructure to another topic, but to restructure, the brain should be able to absorb the information, which is going to be delivered to you by me as your instructor. At the moment, we are going to it is now that we can assess whether we are exhausted psychophysically or not. That's why I suggest to make a little warm-up, a little gymnastics. Be seated, turn your head left, turn your head right, turn your head left, and stretch your hands and in front of you. Use your shoulders back, forth. Shake your head and tell yourself, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to perceive information, to absorb information. I'm ready. This is your mantra for now. And from what we have heard, I actually, before I asked you where you see yourself going forward, and most of you mentioned that you see yourself as a coach. And out of 22 participants, 16 sees himself as a coach, only 2 as managers, and only 4 persons would see themselves both. That's very ambitious. It's great. It's great that you want to, you see yourself a combination of both. It's a great ambition. With our technical director, we were recollecting our trainer, our coach. You know, when we were back the Soviet time, we were only 18. And if you remember, this coach, he lives in Canada, in Toronto of Canada. It's a very first coach who led the team to the international game in Islamic Republic of Iran, a team, and we had 3 games at highest level and outplayed their team. His name is Max Tunis. Who knows him? Stand up. Stand up. Maxash Tunis. Sit down. Who worked in his team? Who was coached by him? Okay, sit down, please. And you, in your opinion, was he a coach, a manager, or both? And he was also a psychologist. Good point. He was also a very good psychologist. He's very happy about Tajik soccer. He has we have been in touch. He actually sent his best regards, and he actually is very happy for the coaches. And he mentioned that you can do your best. You can contribute a great deal in Tajik soccer. And and he, by the way, he's an author of a book on psychological training of soccer players. Thank you for the hint, for the lead. When he was here in Tajikistan, he brought this book as a gift. Okay, let's move on. So this is our topic, the psychophysical methods of training of soccer players. In order to apply these techniques, we need to know everything on psychology under A license, under B category license. There are 4 traits common in a man. First trait is sanguine, choleric, phlegmatic, and melancholic. These are four typical traits that are very common in a human being. They are very common in your day-to-day life, in your private life, at work, and basically your life these four traits, they actually determine our day-to-day life. We know the phlegmatic, we know the sanguinic, choleric, and
Меланхолик. Самая высокая планка из этих четырех какая?
and what is the highest the rank among these four traits? Sanguinic, and the lowest, melancholic.
Для спорта флегматик. А меланхолик?
Phlegmatic for the sport, and how about melancholic? Can you?
Меланхолик и холерик, ну, наверное, меланхолик будет получше для спорта.
I think if we take choleric or melancholic, I think for sports, melancholic is better than choleric. Choleric is too difficult to bring to senses because they have a very developed, processes of restlessness. They can be restless easily, so they are psychologically unstable. As a sportsman, and yeah, that's true. Not only for sportsmen but for coaches as well. Let's remember Ferguson.
Алекс Фергюсон. Вспомним
Remember Ferguson.
тренер Арсенала.
Let's remember the Arsenal coach, and let's remember Simeone.
Симеоне какую даем характеристику?
Who was Simeone?
Не нужно. Сам Симеоне.
Who was Simeone? Choleric? He was choleric, bad-tempered, obvious choleric or bad-tempered. Yeah. And Ferguson? By his, I think he controlled his emotions. I know, but I think I remember. As I remember, he was sanguinic. He was very sustainable. That other guy, he was emotional too, but maybe melancholic. It's difficult to judge watching them on TV because some of them. You can tell that they control their emotions. Maybe sanguinics, maybe they're controlling his emotions, and it's hard to say.
Хорошо, спасибо. Давайте вспомним теперь футболистов.
Okay, now we're talking about coaches. Now everyone has his traits, right? We have players with psychologically challenged players. Who do we know them? Yes, and who should deal with these problems? A psychologist, you, a manager, or a club president. Who deals with psychological resilience of a player? It's a trainer, it's a coach. Definitely it's a coach who is in charge of the training process. And how about the manager? Can he cope with that? It depends on his competencies and qualification, and it depends on his capacity.
Менеджер привязан к команде. То есть как? Болеет душой за команду.
If a manager is close to the team, if he's close with the team, if he takes care of the team, if he is credible. So we are now switching from the old topic, from the previous topic, to the current topic. But whatever our topic is, we're going to talk about the psychophysical techniques. After each game, not only the players or coaches, but also the fans, the fans are affected. If your game was not convincing, can affect the psychological stability of the fans. It led to wars between the countries in some areas, especially in South America, if you remember. Do you remember the game between two national teams that led to a war? Anyone remembers that? You should know this, and you should understand the situation, control the situation. How you should through controlling psychophysical, through psychophysical techniques. But of course, they are not relevant to those things that I mentioned, but they are pertinent to the modern the efforts we use in coaching our teams. And these techniques are available, but not for nothing. They are based on military tactique. They're very similar to military tactique. It's not just running around with a gun and fight randomly. It is a totally different thing. That's why while training our players, we need to train them to all the psychophysical techniques pertinent to the game. Psychology is the ability of person for self-regulation, for conscious regulation of a will. Each player consciously regulates his will. Key elements include conscious decision-making, and among the qualities include strength, tolerance, courage, and initiative, and taking initiative. And we're going to talk about the willingness of players to fight for the initiative, to take rapid initiative. So let's start this topic, the topic on psychophysical methods of training of soccer players. Modern football is a continuous struggle at all parts of the field. Do you agree with that? Yes, at all parts of the field, we as coaches are going to demand from our players to show what? To show courage, to show sustainability, to show strength and initiative. Who wins more struggles, that wins the match, right? The rule. What does it tell us? What does it tell us? Who wins more struggles, that wins the match. Again, we are indicating the fight one-on-one. If you lost once this fight, if you lost twice this fight, your psychological condition begins to deteriorate. It's either you are not ready or that next to you is stronger than you. Why did you lose this struggle? So the question is to the coach, or a player asks himself, why am I losing? And this involves also psychological resilience throughout the match. It's functional qualities to struggle for the initiative, to take out-of-the-box decisions during the match at all parts of the field. You know, many players they get confused when they become disorientated in such a situations, and especially it affects young players. And sometimes, while selecting a player, we look into his technical skills, forgetting his psychological skills, his psychological condition, and stability. It's because they were not trained. They were not trained, and the who trained the player, he trained him only at one level, playing with the youth. And when he is suddenly in this level, at this level, where he has to struggle against the mature men who wouldn't look at you and cut a slack for you just because you are young. They will treat you as a rival. That's all. Maybe somewhere deep down they will be happy for having a young rival, but you still be a rival. That's why first and foremost is psychological stability, to what extent a player would be ready, would be trained and prepared by his coaches.
Но чтобы подготовить психологически устойчивого игрока,
In order to train psychologically stable player, in the games, they need to be simply trained. And where do we train them? Where can they be trained to have these qualities? Where exactly? At what point? During training exercises. Okay, more specifically, training exercises. Where? Where? Individual the discussions, individual talks.
есть такое можно.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Вы близко, но
You are close, but you can be more specific.
пожалуйста, кто еще может добавить?
More specific. Where they should be trained. That.
Физические методы.
Where should they be trained? They are trained with psychophysical techniques. Through creating dangerous situations, like vulnerable situations involving exposing a player in the field, maybe exposing him to more contacts. Yes. Yeah. Yes, exactly. This happens during the application the phase when your players should be ready, and the entire training process should be very close to the real cases, to the real matches associated with stress. Psychophysical exercises train psyche and the physical condition. They train the psyche and physical conditions at the same time. Who can tell?
Не специфических упражнений, а то, что я сказал выше. Что вы можете предложить?
What can you
Ваш игрок
recommend for your players in order to train in him both psyche and physical conditions?
громче.
Strength exercises. Strength exercises to tune him up, to set him ready. I mean non-specific. To develop a will in him, to build a will to have a will, so that let's take 5 runs, 30 meters back and forth, 30 meters back and forth 5 times.
Здесь мы восписываем физические качества.
We are developing physical conditions, but where is psyche here? Where is his psyche? His morale and combating qualities, struggling qualities.
Какой метод мы используем?
Okay, and what technique? What technique is applied? Competition technique, right? So we have 3 groups arguing among each other on which team is the best, and each team each team is trained in terms of psyche and in terms of physical conditions. Why am last? Why I failed my team? Why my team lost because of me?
Это я рассказал про неспецифические.
Non-specific, and we're talking.
Здесь можно сказать, какие не. То есть
Okay.
какие специфические упражнения вы можете.
And what kind of specific exercises you can conduct? It's just a game. It's just a game, a regular game. 5x5 is a good example used by Ajax. When the field, I'll show you this video film, when the field has one goalie here and another goal in 16 meters near the penalty zone, and the game is 4x4 or 5x5.
Где площадка малая,
When in a small space, in a small space where the decisions should be made rapidly, out-of-the-box decisions. When you leave the box with the ball individually, you take individual decisions as fast as you can. And this is while being in touch with your rival, because the field is too small. You have no time, because this is the condition set by your coach. That you need to take rapid decisions. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time on the field. So you have these 3 minutes, and this game turns into a gaming technique. You had a competitive technique, and now it's a gaming technique when to count which team hits more goals. And you saw what happens. Each team struggles as a gladiator, not for life, but for death. And this is all of this is associated with the risk. And when your team is ready for such episodes, then it's going to be a habit. It's going to be a habit to your player. It's going to be out of the regular, familiar environment. And they represent a set of techniques and actions performed in conditions of increased danger and associated with significant physical and mental stress of the body as a whole. Now, if you look carefully, then, how long this series can last? Initially, it should be a very short series, comprising 3 minutes. But going forward, you can increase it to 4 minutes, and then trust me, you're going to see something that you're not going to see anywhere else. Firstly, it's a struggle. It's a struggle over a ball, a struggle over the initiative, over the personalities, over the it's not available in the psychology. This strength develops here. And when we train our players in such a pattern, in such circumstances, you will not have to run around the field and a lot and try to shout out and yell when you have lots of the fans, when nobody can hear you. You will be just relaxed. You will chill, relax, and your psychological condition will be at a different level. Where and in what teams all these techniques are applied? Can anyone suggest that when we have a roundabout training, and we have one set of players the training one set of skills, others another set of skills, and other group another set of skills? When now modern days, it's common to have players to play like in a fish tank, but it has it doesn't have any nothing special. Soccer players normally come out of such games with ripped shirts, vests, with ripped clothes, with clothes in rags. It's because they knew that most important for them is the requirement of the coach, is what is expected of them by the coach, and then they will just grow up as strong men. That's why I ask whether psychophysical techniques are applied in your teams or in the teams that you know of. I know this methodology. There were several teams, and the level. Можно чуть-чуть к микрофону ближе, можно? So we have first league players, the goalie Safonov, Mlichenko, Fomin, etc. Such players to, you know, to put a young player next to these players or against these players is tough. It's a challenge because he can be affected psychologically, if not physically, and he can be crushed without an option to rehabilitate. That's why we had equal teams. I had 3 teams: young, more the mature, and mature teams. So we looked at these teams each season, and after a thorough training process through certain specific, non-specific exercises and standards and non-standards and tests, we establish their psychophysical preparedness. That's why, I mean, you should have a very delicate approach to this. Young, talented players are gold. We need to take care of them, to be careful with them, and not expose them without a reason.
добавлю, есть еще когнитивные, да, методы.
And there are also cognitive techniques. They train, I mean, moral and struggling skills is something else. But cognitive is for preemptive actions, for guessing the actions ahead. So we have moral and will the qualities plus cognitive qualities. Can you explain cognitive? This is from license B, if you remember. It's working. It's towards thinking, towards reaction, latent reaction. When you are, it's on imagery. It's working on imagery. When you assume the situation, when you imagine the situation, your mind perceives this information. This information is processed in your mind, and then this message is sent through your spine to your the motor and motor skills. And basically cognitive is to imagine the situation, preempt the situation and imagine it ahead of time. Is it the same as mental? The mental is moral and will, the development of. When you have adult team and you have youth team who you are training in your skills. It's perception to color, perception right, left, and your reaction. Okay, thank you for these discussions. We'll talk about it, okay? We'll get back to this topic. Thank you. Thank you for this debate. It's a great thing. I liked it. It means that you are interested, that you are excited, that your brain is still alive. It's not, it's still alive. It hasn't drifted away. We had this experience. We used to come for training about 1 hour before. about 30-35 minutes. We had 30-35 minutes theory, and during the theory, our administrators and doctors used to set the chips on the field.
Вот неделю мы работали в этом ритме. Выходили, расставали эти фишки, у нас
We worked like this for a week. Our task was to set these chips across the field.
4 станции мы расставляли сразу же по ходу, чтобы время не терять, расставляли. И ребята, когда выходили, видели, когда вот это поле, да, все
And
разрисовано.
when the players were out on the field, and they would see that the entire field is already highlighted, they knew how many of those chips they need to run around during the training. And then we noticed that the group slowed down, and then we decided next week to change this pattern.
И они не видят, эту станцию мы убираем, эту упражнение убираем, поле огоняем, ставим другую станцию, да, другое упражнение. Как бы вот эта часть уже на них придали, здесь голая часть, а здесь вот уже как бы не 30 фишек, а 15 и 12. Вот в следующей неделе уже дало плоды. Я услышал.
I'm sorry, off the mic and not audible. Okay, let's go on. Let's have the next slide. Do you know these players? And of course, now instantly, looking at this image, we understand that one of the players had an injury, another maybe caused this injury. They're friends, they're pals, they play in different teams. Portugal national team and Uruguay national team. You know these famous players. You don't have to, no need to introduce them to you. So tell me, Rahman, tell me about this image, about this picture. Everything Uruguay's player, his name is Cavani. His actions in this episode were very risky. They were risky, and as a result, he had an injury. If we didn't go to that length to risk his health, he wouldn't be traumatized and wouldn't be injured. I'll explain. In all training sessions, it's important to use exercises to train the psyche, the implementation of which is associated with risk. But of course, it doesn't mean that you need to go and expose yourself to the injuries. You need to be prepared to be injured, but you should try to avoid injuries and having to leave the team. And that's why these things are developed during the trainings, and then it will be much easier in the game. But again, not always. And thanks to them, a player will learn to overcome fear in the most difficult moments of the game, thanks to psychophysical exercises. The players can overcome fear, can understand what's his cup of tea and what's not. And while developing psychophysical stability, the main efforts should be aimed at making any surprises for football players habitual. So any surprises should be a habit. He knows them. He's familiar with these tricks. He knows how to properly avoid these kind of risky situations that can be struggles above, tough clashes, one-on-one games. It's a game of 1 against 2, against 3 players, when you are patronized in such a way that that you can't even see a ball. So that surprise becomes the rule, and surprise becomes a pattern, and a sudden change in the situation becomes ordinary. That's why many famous players who practiced this before, who have this experience, they are still strong and they are still in the forefront, especially those which amplua on the field. Defense. How about goalies? How about goalies? Is this associated with them? Is it also pertinent to them? Yes. Other players. What other players? Nearly all amplua of the players. That's why you need to see your players, need to foster these psychophysical skills in them, qualities in them, and all those techniques that you need. Hence the question. Most of you, that you train youth teams, 14, 15, 16, 17. Is it important? Is it necessary? Is it important to train these qualities in them? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a must. It's mandatory to train this, trains sustainability in them. It helps them to take care of to play with the minimum injuries. Well, as we know, psyche of children, mentality of children is different from that of adult. And what's the difference? What is the difference? Is it? It's sustainable. It's more stable. It's better stability because they don't take things too much too hard, because they are not familiar with those impacts that are required for the professional players. However, if we don't foster them, don't train this in them at around 14 years, then these qualities, then it can be late. But you can't just copy-paste these skills from professionals to youth. But it should be fostered and trained slowly and gradually from the younger age. We're going to have discussions. You're gonna split up Manchester City, Manchester United. We want 2 of each. Please rise up. Are you Manchester City? Your team. Where is your group? Where is your group? Choose anyone from your group. I need 2 from your group. So you take a topic on any exercises that you know on the physical trainings, specific trainings, other than what I mentioned, okay? 4x4. Same on Chelsea and Liverpool. But you choose teenagers, 16 years. You take professional teams. For the youth teams. 10 minutes. Go.
Без мяча.
Нету зарядки. У вас какой iPhone? Какой у вас iPhone? Вот такой, как у меня, да? Сейчас. Нет, сейчас я. Там просто нажмите кнопку, чтобы начал заряжаться.
Gracias.
Так, внимание. Еще готовимся. Рассаживаемся все по местам. Пожалуйста, расселись. Значит, у нас было задание специально для групп.
So the task for the group was, well, you know, we used an out-of-the-box approach. It's the same task for two groups because we want to compare the findings of the two groups.
Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, посмелее по времени и убедительно. Пожалуйста. Подбор упражнений связанные.
So the task was on physical exercises, psychophysical exercises in the team of masters. So I like this exercise, 6 by 6, each one with each one, in this setting, we can you can actually see the moral and will of the players if he let the player go, and a veteran one would. How would he react? You know, you watch that, and but you need to control, of course, such situation. And the second exercise, you know, these exercises like 3 by 2. If I am letting a young defender to play against 3 veterans, that's going to be tough, and indeed you will have an impact. 2 by 1, best is 1 on 1, and again, if the player is mature enough, then if you let him to let him with the mature players, that can be an impact. And then again, we have a game on a sand when you have on an uneven surface. or on a bad the surface that can train morale and combating qualities to pass the ball under the pressure of the mature players. That's why such exercises, I believe, are very useful, very helpful in developing young generation, but under control, of course.
Вопросы? Пожалуйста.
Questions?
Подробнее говорите.
Не только на сегодняшней теме, да, обычно вот в предыдущих темах тоже говорите про молодого игрока, да, что вы его постоянно дирижируете.
Well, you claim that the young players should be protected, morally protected. But then who is he growing into if you are protecting him too much? Well, it's a good question, but if you send him instantly under a high pressure, that the question is exactly then what will turn out of him. It should be gradual. It should be gradual. Maybe let him in with the team for 10, 15 minutes, you know, and then when you check, you observe him, you watch him, you watch his morale, his qualities, but you do it gradually, and it's not only up to the coach to do that, but also a doctor should watch that. You know, during the Soviet time, they used to have special trainings for sports doctors, and we had sports. We also had pathologists. Can you imagine? But now they train the sports doctors who are always in touch with the players, and when they deal with a young, unfeathered player, they decide, they know when to talk to him and how.
Вообще, в данном случае, да, у вас вот тема профессиональный клуб, да, то есть игрок пришел уже как бы готов, он должен, да, поменять что-то.
So if a player in the team, he is if your player is ready for challenges, if he's open to challenges, if he's ready, well, you know what? Young players are gold. Young, good players are gold. They need to be protected. And if you have a young and skillful player, and if you just let him into a den of wolves, you know, for whatever happens to him, then you're going to lose him. We're talking about young players. Young players are not paid. When they, you know, young players, no. We're talking about young players, we should take care of them, we should protect them, nurture them. So basically you are telling us that these are young who we should be. You know, Pele also, yeah, he started at 17, no argue here. But they were also trained. They were trained. Their psychophysical conditions were trained as well. The coaches knew him, knew his traits, knew his abilities. My opinion. Specific exercises psychophysical training, development. Psychophysical methods. So we have a few exercises for this age. And what's the size of your arena? 12
На
by
10 метров площадь, сколько
12 by 10. And how many players? We start 1-on-1, and then we do 2 by 2 with a goalie, and the game 1-on-1 is maximum for 30 seconds. And the idea, the task is to make goal. So we have a goalie and a coach.
Сразу, чтобы время не терять, у нас время подкидывает мяч, и они играют один на один.
A coach passes the ball, and they play 1-on-1.
При потере включается подбор, максимально. Задача здесь отобрать мяч.
So the task is to snatch the ball and score a goal. So depending on the condition, we can add a player, reduce a player. Okay. In the second exercise, the arena is 20 by 20, and on this square we're gonna have.
Вы сейчас двигаете по доске пальцем, можно было бы вам нарисовать вот это все. У вас было 10 минут, ну, немножко можете...
You could have actually had it on a poster, on a flip chart, but okay, just forget it now.
Когда вам говорят, надо делать правильно, слышать и слушать. Ну как не было? Вы можете на доске показать доска? Помогите ему, пожалуйста, уберите эту.
Okay, just show it on the yes, on that board, the magnet board. So we have two teams, blue and green. A coach is here with the ball, and we start. We take
Идет борьба, обыгрыш и завершение.
and they both come to end the attack, and they take turns.
Вот вам всем вопрос. Он рисовал упражнение. Значит, это типичная ситуация один-на-один.
Okay, it's typical situation 1-on-1, right?
Но здесь мы видим только технические средства, а здесь
But
тактические.
we can see technical means, but technical is 1-on-1. One plays, outplays, one outplays. How about the passes to one partner and to another?
Ну, для тинейджеров, может быть, это... Но оно должно быть связано с риском.
Well, for teenagers maybe, but they should be also associated with the risk.
Она должна быть непривычной. А привычным должно быть, когда сама игра, когда он уже играет.
We're leading to these exercises. I ask you to be convincing. Next group.
Вы предоставляете нам в электронном варианте? Так, следующая группа кто? Последняя группа кто?
And the last group.
Кто у нас последняя группа? Кто? Встаньте руку, поднимите. Вы можете выйти вот там сесть, подготовиться.
This is Chelsea. The task was psychophysical exercises for 16-year-olds. I work with older ones, that's why we have two simple exercises for fostering psychophysical, developing psychophysical skills. So this picture, on this picture, we have for the chips on the field, and the players, they come to two of these chips on the field, and this, because of the quality of this image, you can't see it, but they come close to the two red chips, and I have red and blue. These two chips, two colored chips. At my signal, they come to that chip which I'm showing. For instance, they come here. I'm showing blue chip, but blue chip is on the left side, and one player has a good reaction. He's all ready to run towards the blue chip. However, this player, since we have two colors of chips, he thought I was going to show the red chip, and so this is the reaction to foresee the situation, to forecast the situation, and also a visual reaction. This is one of the exercises used in our club, and the second one was we used this last year, this technique. We have two mannequins, one green, one red. We have players on both sides in two groups. They come to the chip, they exchange, and they're waiting the coach's signal. And at my signal, they come towards a red or a green mannequin. And those who approach to the green the chip, they wait for my signal, whether it's going to be a red or a green chip, and this trains the decision making, and at the same time physical qualities development. So with what I work, we use these two exercises that proved effective out of those others that we use and that I'm familiar with. Questions? So as I can tell, that you focus here mostly on physical qualities. So how would you? Do you have some non-specific exercises? Maybe games? We had last year during the warm-up, we had We had two groups here, 6, 7 players, maybe more. First one had a ball, and the task was to build the lines, the diagonal, the direct. It had a ball. It had it's an exercise for a speed. So the balls should be built along, placed along the line, different lines. This is the ones that we used. Okay, thanks.
Мы до 11 ночи. До 11 ночи каждый сон. До 11 ночи только лампочку занесу.
Ребята, вы не активны, почему я попросил там
Okay.
Так, громче.
Louder.
Сюда, ближе микрофон.
Psychophysical impacts for 16-year-olds. We have teams in red and blue. They are rivals, and at the coach's signal, the coach signals them, and they run by the color that was shown by the coach. If coach says red, then the players should run to the side of the red. And the second, we had the squares, 4 by 2, 4 and 2. They end by the clockwise. They change the squares in a similar way, anti-clockwise. They change. That's all. Thank you.
Да. Аплодисменты сухие, значит, говорит о сухости. Посмотрите внимательно. Если вы услышали меня, я вас попросил.
Okay, if you heard me, okay, if you listened and heard me in all trainings,
Для тренировки психики используйте упражнения
for psyche, you need to use exercises involving the risks. And what you described. Did you were there any risk in your exercise? Was there any risk? They just you whistle and they run from here to there. Do you see any risks? Maybe you understand it as a risk. Maybe in your understanding, squares are the risk. Maybe. We can admit. But what is risk? To lose a ball or to clash and injure or get injured. Both. Both is a risk. To lose a ball is a risk as well as injury, like we see on this picture.
Поэтому будьте повнимательны.
Be attentive when you are assigned a task. Otherwise, when we are back coaching, we're going to do same things as before. The training process, if it's not associated with the risk, then it means that we would be the same as we were. Selecting proper selection of exercises on risks. To do that, you need to change your mentality. If we want to improve Tajik soccer, if you want to make Tajik soccer more dynamic, more positively aggressive, so that when our teams are ready to play, Anand's team proved that, and they could, and why they can and we can't. That team succeeded within a short period of time. That's why we, as future coaches, have everything in your hands. You need to select training process that we studied already in the weekly microcycle when we plan for the game, and mainly we need to take care of all those things during the preparatory phase. Change yourself, alter yourself. It doesn't have much. It doesn't take much efforts. Just look at your the plan and say yourself, this is not me. This is not me. I need to change it, and then only then you will make a difference. Nowadays, soccer players are being selected long before they're invited to a professional team. But the question, how are they selected? Yeah, there are scouts. There are scouts who inform you on a certain 17-year-old who, despite his young age and immaturity, demonstrates a high level of a game, which is a dream for the much older players. Basically, the one who plays at the verge of a risk with strongly, confidently, courageously, without falling off from tactical actions. Such players are selected long before. And since not every football player meets professional activity, for instance, our coach, Istiklal coach, our leading team, they have a couple of players. They are very noticeable. They were forever young, and just like, evergreen. We take care of them. We always take care. We protect them, keep protecting them, and they never grew up. One is now 26, another is 28, and they play in a very good position, central semi-defenders, pass forward, pass back, no aggression, no challenge, and they keep playing, like that without changing, and they're still looking forward to be invited to a better team, and nobody is inviting them, and they stay with this team because it's better. It's better to stay than lose anything. And when I talk to them, I ask them, are you happy with this, with what you do, to play for 5 minutes? You have a family, you're going to have children, and you are still here. And what your fans are going to be, they never seen any actions by you. He doesn't want to take any risk. I'm not sure He just is not willing to take risks, and he doesn't meet the modern requirements of the soccer. He will stay, he will sit on that bench. He will keep, keep sitting. I'm not just calling name, I'm not pointing to anyone, but you know who.
Это психотип. То есть мы уже говорили, психотип. Это значит,
And the number of necessary criteria and signs that are taken into account, it's a psychotype, right? We know psychotype, traits, mental inclinations, adaptive signs, ability to make adequate decisions in difficult situations.
сложных условиях.
What does it mean?
Ваше понятие. Готовы к адекватному решению.
Ready for adequate decisions under tough circumstances. To be ready for a difficult, challenging situation, it's an adequate preparedness, but not adequate decisions. Decisions made emotionally,
Вот я вам расскажу такой случай.
on emotions, under the influence of emotions. For instance, our national team played with Philippines, and they were not prepared for the risky actions. But as soon as they had a clash, they had a clash with the player and had a green card. Why? Because the player was not prepared to play with the risk. He was affected, he was triggered and he instantly used inadequate technique. Using these techniques with the rival, got red card, left the team in minority, and as a result we lost 2-1, although we led the score with 1-0. He was not prepared, he was not ready. So as you can, and persons are identified in advance who, due to their professional, moral, psychological, and psychophysiological qualities, are not able to perform the function of a football player in a professional clubs. So they should be already ready to demonstrate the team that they are ready to take the risk, that they are ready to demonstrate not only their skills, but also to play in different circumstances, showing extraordinary skills, extraordinary technique, and to surprise, to do something that will encourage the teams to hire them. And this ensures the prevention of a significant part of professional errors and nerve-psychic breakdowns during official matches. So if you see his positive traits, his positive qualities, and if you and encourage him and promote, it's a very good thing to encourage. And if you encourage, you will notice how soon they're gonna adapt in your club, how soon they're gonna integrate in your team and have a positive impact on a quality of a game. In some teams, especially in English the soccer, where all the players are accustomed to do what? To struggle. Even those teams who play in lower leagues. If you remember, in the English Cup of England, they don't play. They struggle. It's in their genome code. It's in their gene code. It's when the weak ones play against the strong ones, and only in this game the players have an opportunity to demonstrate their nature, their trait, their psychophysical qualities, their resilience, their strength. And this is exactly this time. They don't wait for the Cup of England. Psychophysical Psychophysical training is
Это комплекс приемов
is a set of actions,
выполняемых в условиях
qualities
повышенной опасности,
that are
связанной
implemented under the functions, under the conditions that involve psychophysical tension, and the player at that improves his psychophysical resilience amid his psychophysical development. It says a lot. It says a lot. When you are selecting the exercises, you need to take into account physical qualities that you develop with you, and also psychophysical, which is highly important. If we are developing only physical qualities, they're gonna be gone by tomorrow. They're gonna be, not enough. So the nature of the obstacles to be overcome during the performance of the game exercise must be relevant to the realities. What is the reality? Reality is the real situation, is the real game situation. And finally, this component as a stress. Stress and again stress. It's a condition of a sportsman when his condition affects the final result, and many cannot even withdraw from this condition. Some sportsmen, as our players, get stressed during the recess, during the break, if his psychological stability is not pertinent. As soon as a coach raises his voice, and if an older, more mature player argues with the coach, the result is different. For a younger sportsman, a younger player will accept and admit, because it's his first time, it's his first experience, while an experienced player has to hear this scolding every time. That's why you need to be prepared whom to scold, whom to point his pitfalls, his flaws and shortages. Anxiety as a component of a stress. When it is when you are anxious because tomorrow is a final, tomorrow is a cup, tomorrow is a final, when you have a whole array of tasks set, a player acquires all these qualities through systematic training of conditions for a quick decision making in extreme conditions. So your player who has a task in the game, he needs to accomplish the tasks in line with the requirements of the game, of the high-risk game, when two teams fight for the result that can lead them to the higher level, or will help them to acquire a better role, or maybe for those teams who are down below, and for those for whom this game will decide whether they will be out or not. To overcome the consequences of extreme influences, and in order for a football player to be in good game readiness with a high psychological tone, it is necessary to restore his psycho-emotional state in a timely manner. It's a psycho-physical, psycho-emotional condition. There is this concept, auto-training. Can anyone suggest what auto-training is? Have you heard about it? Do you know what this is? Training is training, but auto-training, what is it? auto training? Anyone can suggest? Is it? Just imagine the situation. You need to imagine this situation. You need to be prepared for this situation. You need to come out of this, to come out of this situation. You should know who is your rival, what kind of player, what are his traits. Is he weaker than you? Is he stronger than you? Will you be able to outplay him, or he will outplay you? How are you gonna do that automatically? How are you gonna play in this the different situation when you trip, either on air, or down below, or on a speed, or on a fight? And restorative activities, exercises, which can include recovery exercises such as pool, sauna, massage. But the best exercise is a healthy food and a good sleep. Sleep should be timely, and food should be healthy after these tense exercises associated with heavy loads, not only on your muscle, but also on your brain, on your mind, and this is a modern requirement. Okay, one of the leading coaches of a club soccer, let's say club, because the national team coach and club coach are two different things. But the responsibility is equally shared. The only thing is that the national team coach has a say in selecting players and use the technique associated with the risk, but they are trained by the club coaches. Soccer is a combination of control and chaos. Sometimes on the field, you know, when your players are not psychologically prepared, then it's gonna end up in a chaos. What's a chaos? It's a mess. It's when the players who participate in serious matches are not psychologically prepared. Chaos is when we win 2-0, then lose 3-0, then win 4-0, and then the score is 4-4. It's a chaos. Players are divided into those who think more about the needs of the team and looking for the best solution, those who create chaos. How they create chaos? They are out, and he's playing, he's scoring, or he scored the goal in his own goalie, or the other way. First he scored a goal on to the rival, and then he scored a goal in his own goalie. It's a chaos. And then at the end is a player who is showed a red card. So soccer is associated with chaos, and that's why a player needs to control himself. And also when we risk, we need to control. We need to control psychologically. So the coach identify two types of players. First, smart players with an excellent understanding of tactique and able to control matches and strictly follow instructions. We all love to see such players on our teams. These are smart players with clear understanding of a tactic and able to control the match. Everyone wants a player like that. And second ones who play on instinct and natural talent. In this category, I would like to have 20-50 meters away from the opponent's goal. They're able to create things beyond the control of the coach. They cannot be limited. Teams that combine both types of players gain a huge advantage during the game. Basically, such teams with both players are in advantage. Every coach wants to have both types of players in his team. Because you can't have all teams, all players taking high unnecessary risks. So the smart players with excellent understanding of tactics, who they can? Diego and Ramos. Can we put them together? One is who? The one is he the first type or second? Gadin. Diego Gadin is the one, and second is Ramos. So these are two typical defenders with two different types. Next attacker, Benzema and Suarez. Benzema is first and Suarez is second. Yeah, two different types. And the last one, the coach of Juventus, the coach of the multiple champions of Italy, Marcello Lippi, formulated the paramount condition for victory. To win, you need to be hungry and angry. Or in other words, you need to be super hard, super tough, super fast, hungry, angry, in order to win. So as you can see how many things you need to have, hungry and angry. But nowadays you need to be super fast. So it's physical qualities, right? You need to be super tough. You need to be hungry and angry. Where does it belong? Psychological, right? It's psychological. In order to win. So then we win. But we need to have two types of players. We need to have smart players, and we need to have second type of players on instinct. Okay, questions. 10 minutes left. We have 10 more minutes. I know you're tired. I know. It's normal. And this is the time when you need to overcome yourself psychologically, that I'll do it, I'm able. And maybe I hope you understand that today's topic involves psychophysical qualities and tactics that should be used in the training process, and that these tactics should be changed. Do you admit that? Do you agree? Do you agree with the changes that need to be made, that the training process should be changed? So it should be very risk associated. The training process should be changed with, risks. And who wants to continue an old pattern? This is common not only for the sports, but also, we often talk about military, associate with military tactics. My first instructor from Europe was French, Philippe Rideau, and he used to say that military tactic is comparable with the sports tactic. And I remembered that while training a universal soldier in the military, the similar psychophysical qualities are trained in order to develop and train a soldier, a universal soldier, not only to jump the wall, jump on the wall, across the wall, etc. But he first he needs to crawl the mud. He with wired fence behind. At the same time, with the bullets shot over your head, plus the combat where he demonstrates his physical qualities, and plus other obstacles that will develop resilience and endurance in him. But if he is just there in a trench shooting randomly, this is not going to develop anything in him. That's why there is a very direct connection with military trainings. In our first slide, which we are going to finish for today, that modern soccer is a continuous struggle at all parts of the field as a rule. Who wins more struggle, that wins the match, and this requires the psychophysical readiness not only on an individual player but whole of the team. So that's what this will. It is what it is, and this is who wins. Soccer became tougher, and in this game, who wins the struggle wins the match. So while training your players, you need to train not only aggressive players, but also positively aggressive players, who fearless players, but again through developing physical qualities, not just sending them to win, but to training them to win. I'm going to finish with this on this note, and if you have questions, please ask. We have 4 minutes to finish. If we are sending a soldier, an untrained soldier, to a war, he will die. He'll be shot. So they train him in order to send him. I'm talking about youth. The youth should be trained carefully, thoroughly. But you said that he should be protected. This is protecting, through protecting him. I think back then, in the past, everything was different. The people, generations, upbringing, physical abilities. Today's 18, 19 years old. We were 18 years old. It was 1980s. We played with Pamir First League, and we outplayed them 2-0. And if you compare that with today's youth, okay, thank you. Thank you very much on behalf of this team.
Хочу поблагодарить наших кураторов, которые смотрели нас сегодня, тоже за их терпение.
Thank you for the interpreter. Thank you for our experts and assessors for watching us, for watching the game, and listening the presentations and our inputs. Thank you.
Только так мы вместе сможем сделать
Only
наш
this way
азиатский
we'll
футбол
be able
сильнее
to make our Asian soccer stronger and
Ждем ваши
promote
рекомендации.
it.
Спасибо.
We are looking forward to your recommendations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Так, внимание. Вы выдержали. Я думаю, лучше бы каждый из вас современные сборы прошел по разным тренировкам, чем сегодня. То есть выдержал ваш мозг. Вперед не падает. Я вам еще раз говорю. То, что вы проходите, это 5-й курс. Какой никто не проходит. Я вам сразу. Даже то, что вы сейчас не проходите. Сутки, да? Поэтому давайте будем терпеть. У нас только по 2 дня. У нас осталась одна практика. Прессинг. В третьей зоне и компактный прессинг. Нежный. Ну, там уже легче будет. Там будет выход из-под прессинга. Тоже интересная тема. Я ее первым утром вам дам. Так. Вы свободны. Следующее после ужина. Вечером здесь встречаемся. Сегодняшнее занятие. Олечка, еще раз вам наша благодарность.
Спасибо.
Идем.
Спасибо большое.